The Mind Unveiled. Yeah. I bet that it's wrong, and it's Mind Unveiled. Yeah. We're gonna take a time. We're gonna watch a video of Mind Unveiled. Yeah. America is under a trance. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone, we gotta realize under trance. Hey. What? Don't you understand? America is under a trance. Hey, hey. Don't you understand? America's under a trance. Yeah. Hollywood New. This is the clip version. Livestream. Broadcasting live. I can barely say it. It's so transcendental. Thank you for joining us. Please. Enjoy the evening. Like and subscribe. We gotta get these Godfather goals. 500 by then spring, 1K in the summer. We can do it. 287. We got a few more. Thank you so much for joining. We got some new converts. So thank you. We got to quit thanking people so much and just hit play. So thank you. Oh God. Mind Unveiled's got this beautiful video. Look at that thumbnail. Great artwork being done. And he's got this one, America Under a Trance. And we have got to take a look and see what's going on with America, because we can all sense it, can't we? It's very literal. And everyone's talking about MK Ultra. Everyone's talking about mind control, psyops, and all that. So let's take a look at what Mind Unveiled's got for us. Go ahead and subscribe.
Helping deliver,
subscribe,
intentional or not.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead and subscribe to his channel and hit that like button on there. See, we already got it. Hit there. This is going to be a good one, folks.
Every caterpillar goes through a moment of complete dissolution.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't become a butterfly. It first becomes nothing.
Ooh.
A liquid. A formless thing inside a shell.
Oh, man. Is that what happens to the... those statues that look way too human? They go through this whole, alchemic process. They're cast.
And then it finds itself. Changed.
Ooh.
Something new. But entirely itself.
The man in the iron mask.
What you don't know is destroying you from the inside out.
Ooh.
Knowledge is our only defense against mind control.
Yeah.
It's time to wake up.
Mind Unveiled.
What if I told you MK Ultra never ended?
We're in it.
The secret CIA project that ran on American soil from 1953 to 1973. We're all told that it ended in 1973. The Church Committee supposedly exposed everything in 1975. But here's the thing. What if that was a cover-up? A cover-up for a much larger and much darker operation.
Get locked in,
the kind
folks.
That the
Get
American
locked in.
people could never be allowed to know about. From the surviving pages we know, the government was doing personality erasure experiments at McGill University.
Now, we heard, the memory erasure from, what's that skinny little white witch? She's not even white. She's Hispanic. Adrian Pete Davidson's hand-me-down. She's talking about mind erasure. Ariana Grande. Actually, is it Ariana Grande? I know there is a distinction. I think it's supposed to be Ariana Grande. Grande. Memory erasure. And they had these great buildings, these institutions, these Masonic temples to conduct this transmutation. They applied, electromagnetic therapy. Just shock your mind. Now we just put headphones on us and just we do it ourselves. We don't need to go into institutions now. Our mind's the institution.
A Canadian government settlement proves that it happened.
Ooh, look at that building. Wow.
A 1953 letter to Sidney Gottlieb
I love those
proposing
buildings.
experiments on what it called presumably unwilling subjects.
Sorry.
Including, and I'm quoting, implanting false memories. The CIA called
You don't want to grow up because if I did, I couldn't be a Toys R Us kid. Ha! I'm sorry. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I couldn't believe there was a whole store that was a toy section. That was the first one ever. You just only got to see a toy section. But I heard of this store that the whole store was a toy store. And I'm like, there's no way. And that was Toys R Us Kids. And I drove hours to walk into a door that the whole store was a toy store. Okay, so they implant memories. They show you what you don't have, what you need, the must-haves. Mind Unveiled is one of those.
that proposal extremely fruitful, and CIA officers attending satanic rituals and combining a hallucinogen called BZ with voodoo ceremonies to produce weeks of amnesia.
God damn! I mean, if you're
extremely fruitful.
Look at this.
And CIA officers attending satanic rituals and combining a hallucinogen called BZ.
All right, this Michael Aquino. Yikes! That looks like that one. I know we talked about this before, but there's a movie that kind of displayed or showed a kind of like a vampire guy, and he looks just like that. But I mean, if you're looking like that, you got some performance that you do that you don't want anyone to know. I mean, it's just like his stance is just like, whoo. I remain hunched. Okay, I don't stand like this and have this this.
BZ with voodoo.
I mean, how can you even? That's not possible. Actually, it is. No, it can't grow. So, if your eyebrows are just growing, you're what are you applying to your face? This is frazzle drip face. Allegedly. That untouched. Yikes. ROTC guy, huh?
voodoo ceremonies to produce weeks of amnesia.
Oh my god.
That was documented in a 1977 Department of Defense report.
No, you didn't miss any intro. I just went right into it. We should have done a dance party. Actually, I do kind of need a maybe a little bit later. Maybe not. I wish a whole stream would just be dancing and doing all that stuff. I'm only watching these shows as a way to, slow my body down. Otherwise, I'm dancing every moment. I'm moving around. I'm never sit, but I'm not, I'm not hyper or anything. It's just I got a lot of energy, folks. Here we are. Sorry.
That's confirmed history.
You can read all of it. Let these play for the
But
the
if you've
newbies.
watched parts 1 through 4, you know why I'm bringing this up.
Oh.
There are parallels to MK Ultra that are showing up in what Epstein was actively researching and funding.
All right, so Mind Unveiled created this whole thing to study the DOJ files, and if you look in his description here,
MK Ultra.
If you look into his description, he goes into a bit of detail on how he created this system. I'm not really sure what it. I don't know if it's some kind of AI software thing. I don't know, but he's able to connect the dots pretty quickly. So what an amazing tool that he's created. And so he's now on this journey of kind of doing this mass data journalistic kind of creation hub that is that's really amazing. So the past this whole venture is maybe a few months new. So he's been doing it for just a few months, if that, maybe. So the past few of his videos have been in this direction, and it's well worth the going back and taking a look at what he's accomplished. Here we are. Yes, moving on is a good thing. I mean, I probably should sit more. I shouldn't. I don't like sitting. I like resonating. And the second you sit down, all the energy dissipates. So as you all know, I stand during this, and I'm able to go quite a while because able to maintain the energy. But if you sit, then that's when you see people drinking, energy things and doing all that stuff to stay locked in. But I'm locked in, folks. I'm locked in. Please stop locking in. No, it feels good to get locked in. And what helps for me is, music, movement, dancing, singing, all that stuff kind of creates this, kind of like a locking in. And if you lose that wind, if you get punched in the gut or something and you lose your wind, then everything's just like, ugh. But if you're breathing and you're, building upon each thing, you're able to create a nice little shell, and you can lock in. Nice. You've watched most of, yeah, exactly. I mean, he's got Mind Unveiled's got a great community, and it was recommended from one of our chatters, and it's been amazing. Jen, she recommended this, and I mean, it's a big channel. I'm surprised I hadn't even heard of it. And he's scouting streamers to see if they'll cover his content, apparently. So we've been doing it for, we've covered his stuff in the past, and he also might be trying to check who is doing it, but we're fans of the channel, and we hope to expound on his ideas and create a community, like-minded community as well. Have I heard of the Archaics channel? Archaics channel? No, I haven't. I feel like I've seen that word before. I haven't said that word ever, so I probably haven't seen the channel. Mind Unveil's Tartarian series. Oh, okay. Yep. And exactly. And I've probably seen, several months ago, I've probably seen one of his videos without realizing it. And much like Hidden America or Amaruka. So I like those kind of those ecosystems, those content creators. But I feel like this is more than just, this isn't, I don't want to say content and diminish what he's doing. This is better than documentaries, in my opinion. This has way more value than just watching TV shows and things like that. This is like, I'm saying conspiracy as in kind of like a genre, not saying that the things that he talks about are not based on reality, or but they're not true. They are, and but anyway, so great stuff. Yeah, it's interesting. Archaics is interesting. I don't watch that, but okay, yeah, I'll check it out.
That are showing up.
So let me take it back here, because I was just wanting to emphasize like what he's what he's done. So he's not just making, you know, like the podcast cringe kind of, you know, attack pieces on comedians. And this kind of has a different direction. I enjoy this. So.
All of it.
All right,
but if you've watched parts 1 through 4, you know why I'm bringing this
1
up.
through 4.
There are parallels to MK Ultra that are showing up in what Epstein was actively researching and funding. That's the natural next step in this investigation. But this isn't a traditional MK.
Yeah, and Trump was shot at. Now, people are really favoring this idea that, and I apologize for all the new people. I'm sorry for pausing so much. Okay, we're just getting warmed up. I don't like to have the things play long, you know, but we like to talk. Okay, so these people get so touchy, just like, but people are talking about this idea of Charlie Kirk's exploding mic, and yeah, video research essays. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And what if something like that happened with Trump? Because he was like, "Oh, ouch, my ear." You know, what if something kind of blew up on yeah, but I know that people behind them were shot and all that. So all I'm saying is, if people are thinking of exploding mics and lapel mics and exploding pagers, man, what else is there? What else is there?
MK Ultra video. That's already been done 100 times. But this isn't a traditional MK Ultra video.
Which I love. I love MK Ultra series research essay videos. I love it. So even if it doesn't matter. I would watch it 100 times. And as we watch through this live stream, it is the first time that we're watching this, and we are getting live reactions and applying context to our viewing experience. So the longer you stay, the better the payoff. And we're a live stream show, and I'll start clipping some. But here, let's get back to it.
That's already been done 100 times. I'm not trying to repeat it. But
yeah, exactly. And Trump didn't seem scared. It was just like, you know, even afterwards and all this, it's just like, guys, someone shot at you, you know, like, how come you're not? He's like, huh? Yeah, okay. That's all good. I'll be like walking around like, huh? Who said it? I wouldn't be walking outside if I was just shot at. He's like at the corner McDonald's store, just like, huh? Look, it's good. Oh. Eating freedom fries. So now, I don't think it's something that he was used to. Okay, I don't think he was ever shot at before, so it's not something that he's just like, you know, he's not a cartel member. But he seemed really chill. It's just like, oh. Yep, good point, Lulu. Yeah, that's like, but the next major event happened, and so we didn't really have time to kind of figure out what, because then, yeah, who knows what kind of geostorms were happening, and then the election, and then assassinations, and people getting ran over in the streets, and shootings, and cities burning. Riots were happening throughout. So it's like, what's happening? Trying to plan things. You're messing up my schedule. You know, I didn't know you needed me at 5 o'clock to blow a whistle and bang on a drum for 2.5 weeks. People are getting captivated. But I'll tell you, I like a little inner revolution. You know, I riot in my mind. My mind's a riot. I'm a riot. But people are trying to riot. And it's like, we are the revolution. Yet we constantly seek it from outside ourselves. Please, let's not be extensions of CNN. Like you're part of their little octagon arm. Like, it's weird, really weird. You know what's really strange too is, again, how the cities were, and especially after hearing all this. California now has a bunch of like billions of dollars of fraud happening, and then I'm reminded of how a lot of these cities during these mass riots, where a lot of the states were involved, even the other countries were involved in a similar interest, that you had people laying out bricks and very strange things that were being left throughout the cities, even briefcases. And I believe that there's some that had an X on it, and people were saying that there's X-Men, that there's these drop-off stations, these pickup stations, and they would drop off these suitcases, these briefcases in certain parts of the city, and then someone would be picking them up. And more likely it had, things in there to create chaos. Now I could, I could guess what could be in there, but maybe there's even biological, warfare in there too. I mean, they could be contaminating water, spreading some kind of poison on, like even some kind of like powder, like in, places that have large gatherings. And I'm not going to talk about it because I don't like talking about this kind of stuff, because I need to be okay with someone within somewhat of a proximity of me. But once people got comfortable wearing masks and thinking that that was okay, I was like, sayonara, society, I'm out of here. You gone crazy. And they're proud to wear their scars, the scars that they've created from wearing masks, all the lacerations and all. It's like Seinfeld's first season. The main writer, the guy who did some kind of like black magic stuff, or at least magic with a K kind of stuff. He also did Religulous with Bill Maher, but they talked about how communists will try to put masks on your face, and who's going to pay for the rash that they've what health insurance, what kind of health insurance would be able to pay for the rashes that are created from the masks that they're forcing them to wear. It said it like in the early 90s, guys, like, and everyone is acting like it's the first time, and it's just like, and because there's so much destruction to the body, physical destruction, trauma, they then have to accept it even more, like all the way. And it's not part of their identity. There's it's kind of like the whole Joker face, they'll scar kids and, really mess up their faces to then get them to bond with you. So you basically, own them. And, man. So I don't even like wearing these glasses because of the slight little dent that it'll create after 8 hours worth of wear. And it's very minimal. Okay, I don't like impressions. I like to keep it natural. But people do a lot to distort their body just to accommodate a consumer good. But I do have to do a few of them. The bandana's one of them. I don't like hair in my face. I don't know, like, how do women have hair on the side of their face and get anything done? Man, it just, get that out of my face. It, that's why musicians are like, oh yeah, like have it hang down. Just, it makes you more like emotional. No wonder. So during the day, put your hair up. When the moon's up, put your hair down. That's how it is. When the sun's up, your butt is up. That's what I've been told. Okay, I was never allowed to sit during the day. Oh my God. No. I'm a laborman. I'm out. Making railways. You don't sit during the day. No, everyone's not standing. You need to sit more, folks. Have a seat. Okay, too many creators among us. We need some consumers sitting and take what's given to you. I can't even get to Mind Unveiled because I want to have a show for myself. You know, folks, I don't know if you understand. This is Clip Virgin show, okay? People are watching our video thinking that they're going to watch this thing. Are you kidding me? No, we don't watch things, okay? You know, we are the things. No, please quit being things. We must remain in that perfect superimposed position. All right, here we are.
Let's just remember the context here. So, if in 1962 you walked up to an American on the street,
oh God,
and said,
"Look at, hey, oh my God." Okay, if you want to see some of the most disturbing inner what would you call them? They're not imagination, inner possibilities that could happen in one single place. Go to a Shriner's Circus, and oh my God, you know, I'm like this the whole time. I'm like, sorry. I'm like this.
They need to make a living. They need to make a living.
Hell no.
I walk into a
You know
Shriner.
you'd want to stay.
I'm inside the Shriner's Circus. I'm like,
Everybody.
We
No.
been gone.
Hell no. Get me out of here. Okay? It's the most disturbing thing I have seen in a long time, folks. Okay? The predatorial possibilities that this thing creates it must be stopped at all cost. And it's nearly there. Okay, it's nearly there. If you see a circus where they have you're able to ride the elephant on one of the sides of the three rings, if you get three. You know, sometimes it's just a 2-ring circus. Please, that has left the building. Okay, that whole world is just on repeat. Okay, that was done 15 years ago, but for sure 20 years ago. You can't be doing that. People are doing that, folks. Are you going to Shriner circuses? Okay, there's like curtains that are like right, like you walk down the main thoroughway with all the concessions and everything, but they're not concessions. It's just like these little little carts that they sell things. So it's not really even part of the, you know, the building, right? Because it's a traveling circus. And then they have these curtains behind that, which someone could just open up the curtain, yank a kid out and close it, and there's like all this curtain, and it's like, what's behind the curtain? Okay? Please keep your kids close and tight if you're ever at a Shriner circus. Okay, it is disturbing. Very they'll these grown ass CIA op guys here will be rolling around in a small little derby car. Like, okay, look at that. Okay, how is he not CIA? I mean, that looks like Charlie Kirk's bodyguard. The same one that was in Trump's. This guy. Okay? That's the Shriner. Okay? That's CIA. So if you're going to a Shriner circus, you might as well just take them to an R. Kelly concert. You got your passport. Would you like to come back to America? It's scary how it could be some kind of child trafficking ring. Okay, it's okay. Really heebie-jeebies. They love it. Okay, they love the mini vehicles. Okay, anyone that loves miniaturized size vehicles trying to roll around wants to be a kid. Okay, they try to do that with these commercials, these campaigns, the Toys R Us. I would ever be a Toys R Us kid. Constantly, child. Come here, child. Don't forsake the children. Please forsake them. Bring them back to the parents. So, it's like, here, take my child and put him on this beast. Here, take my child and do a dunk tank thing. Here, take my child and have him spin around this weird contraption. And here, take my child and stop giving your children away, folks. Okay, why is that entertaining for you? You want to see them suffer from a distance, but yet still close? Oh my God. All right, here we are. But it's creepy, folks. And the lions, there's just like trying to get up on the thing, and they're all anemic. Okay, it's sad, and they have a bad hip because they're always having to lay in the traveling carts. Okay, the elephants are super stiff because they have to stand the whole time as they travel in a small little semi. They don't get to lay down, or they're like, it's super narrow. Okay, if that exists, and yet we can't find used bookstores just around the corner, I'm done with society. I'm done. Okay, I need some nice used bookstores everywhere with a little, wine bar and cafe connected to it. That needs to be a staple instead of supporting Shriners. Okay, these are CIA Mason Knights. Oh my God. Why is your hat so tight on the bottom? so it doesn't fall off when you're zipping around in your little tiny car. The convertibles. You wouldn't need it so tight if you just had a hard top. Selfish, egotistical commies. Man, the Shriners, and they have to be so proud of it, even how ridiculous it is. And then because of that, oh no, you need to hunch. Like, don't have your chin up, okay? You need to realize, although it would be kind of nice to have a hat like that. It would be nice. Feel like I'm nearly there. I got the tail. I'm a digital shriner. I'm a digital shiner. No, please quit shrining. Okay, a shrine, shriner. You're a shrine worshiper, or you are the shrine. I don't like the word shrine. I like a shrug. Like a, yeah. That's it. That's all I like. I don't like shrines. I like to shine. Okay? I don't like anything. Why do you like shiners? Shriners. Okay? I love. Okay? I don't like. I love. Okay? And these, I hate. No, please stop hating. No, we do need to hate more. Please hate this outfit more often, so that never. I don't know though, that jacket. You know, they're trying to embrace the hidden grandmother. You know, there's always in these freshly shaven operatives is a hidden grandmother that they resonate. What is that jacket? Shouldn't be wearing wool on a Thursday. Oh, I do miss those pants though. I do miss those pants. But here we are. Oh, these Shriners really get my goat.
Hey, did you in 62? You walked up to an American on the street.
The car's amazing,
said,
yes.
Hey, did you know the CIA is secretly experimenting on citizens?
CIA?
Yeah, they're dosing people with LSD without their knowledge. And they're running personality erasure programs in university hospitals.
Yeah, imagine what they're doing at the Shriner Circus. What's in the food, Shriners? Little dripping some LSD in our, pretzel and cheese dip. Ooh. Imagine the type of live stream I could have in a building like that. Jimmy Kennedy be jealous with his new content home he purchased. If I was able to finally fulfill my live streaming goals in a sweet pad like that.
What do you think that person would have said? They obviously would have called you insane. They would have said there's no way the government's doing that, and that's a conspiracy theory.
Oof.
Well, now we know that they were wrong. It was happening. They just didn't know. So my question isn't that complicated. If a program like that was running in secret then, what makes you think you would know if something like that was running right now?
You can't let me think like that.
Because here's the thing.
Oh,
That part came after
I'll be twisting things up like crazy. Oh, sorry.
If he can
Let me back. I'm talking over this. Sorry about that.
thing. That part came after 1973. If he continued, it would have been a specific focus, not general psychological experiments. Something more targeted, perhaps even on a larger scale. Trauma-based conditioning, starting early enough in childhood that the brain itself forms around it, for the purpose of creating people who carry programming that they don't know they carry.
Ooh.
For insurance, for blackmail, for intelligence, for control. But the real question is, what is the blue butterfly? By the end of this video,
blue butterfly.
you'll see it.
You got the butterfly effect. Okay, you got Kurt Metzger talking about MK Monarch, yet no one knows where it started from. What's the origin of Monarch? Metzger? Metzger Kirk? MK? Metzger? Okay. So, to pimp a butterfly? I love a good cocoon, okay? Set and setting. And then you build upon that. And then you start transmuting. Okay? Create the transmission. But please, too much transmitting, folks. Okay, let's go back to bottling things up. Okay, we don't need to be so open. Okay, I liked it when people had some mystique. No, we like open borders policy.
I'm talking about a secret project that was wiped from the internet. And I'm going to show you that it never ended.
Oh, there it is.
This is Project Monarch.
All right. Woohoo! Okay, deep dive on Project Monarch. I've been waiting for one of these, and I did some research, looked into a few things here and there. Looked into Kathy O'Brien, a few other people talking about it all, and I like that there's going to be a bit of extensive research or these essay videos, and I'm saying that in the what's a good way to call these? Lulu, you said what'd you call it? Research essays? Yeah. I love it. I like these a lot. So make sure you subscribe to him, like his stuff, so that he can keep doing this. We're here to promote Mind Unveiled.
The name Project Monarch is not in any government document.
Ooh.
The name itself may have been invented, a label invented to describe something real that operated under different internal names. But that's what makes this interesting. Because if the name is fake, then why is the topic censored? Let me show you.
And we had seen butterflies and imagery, even things in the past. Like that showed the let me see if I can pull it up. MTV. Was it Twilight? See if we can find it. Yeah, I have it on reserve, or in my folder here. Just want to see if it can just pop it up here. But in this set here, this set right here, there was a big. You can kind of see it around the corner there, I think, maybe. But there's a big monarch butterfly right there. Let me pull it up real quick. Because the imagery has been there. You know, just like the doing the eye thing, and you're like, you know, if I had the opportunity, I'd be like, actually, what I like to do is I like to do like you have to be able to, you have to find a way to create a mask in order to view things. Okay, so I can't do, sunglasses are that for me right now, but when my sunglasses are off, your hands automatically create, like a Knights Templar mask, and you like wear that when you want to watch something. Okay. I mean, it's pretty well known. See, this was okay. So let's not do this. Whew. What's with the bright? Let me try to bring it up here. Here, I'll press play.
First, search MK Ultra.
Okay. You guys, now if you're on a phone, maybe don't search. But if you're on a laptop, I hope you're viewing and kind of doing your research as well. You know, you can kind of keep us on the side there and start creating your own kind of extension. So what makes these live streams really dynamic. We can, really grow and expound on these topics. Again, let me pull up this video is very rich, okay, and that's why I'm pausing a lot, because there's a lot of good stuff here.
Right. You'll get Wikipedia, you'll get articles, it'll explain everything. Confirmed, documented. Alright, now search Project Monarch.
Nothing, I bet.
Notice the difference. You don't get a Wikipedia article talking about a program.
Oh, you got Kathy O'Brien there.
You get a specific woman's name.
Yep.
And the first line of the page doesn't describe the history of it.
Oh.
It describes her as a conspiracy theorist who makes claims about a supposed government program. Then there's an academic...
Okay, and we did a breakdown of Kathy O'Brien. We viewed her her interview her speech that she gave, and highly recommend it. And she goes over how she was abused and also programmed, hypnotized to give secret information or highly classified information to high level, people in the world, among other things. And here, and I believe that's where she talks about Monarch and MK Ultra, but she talks about Monarch, I believe. I've only seen it twice, so I'm not full Metzger on it. Okay, Metzger, he's got to mention it all the time. So, but here's that image. Okay, so this is the MTV Awards. Let me see if I can get my cursor there. Okay, and right there is the monarch butterfly. Zoom. Okay. So, I mean, you know the kind of shape that Kristen Dunst is in, or no, well, her too. Whoever this one is, and this guy, he went Batman. Okay, now when you go Batman, there's something with that. Okay, it's around too many celebrity deaths to not be coincidental. And I'm thinking that they become a Manchurian candidate, like Lulu was saying here. You wear this suit, Ryan, who's Daredevil? They got to wear these suits and do these high level operations, these black ops. Oh yeah, even Ben Affleck, okay. Michael Keaton, Val Kilmer, Christian Bale. Yeah, they've all maybe allegedly, so like I said, Ariana Grande talked about the mind erasure. George Clooney, yeah, there you go. Yep. Forgot. He's forgettable. I've never liked George Clooney stuff. I mean, he had ER. That was kind of this breakout show. Oh, there's a lot of good television at that time too. But maybe Clooney and Ocean's 10, 11, whichever the first one was. But you can't have Clooney for Batman. That's like trying to get, and I'm going to say it because they'll probably do it, but don't ever let Clooney be 007. He could probably do it though. No, not anymore. Ryan Reynolds, yes, thank you. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds with the suit. They all want to wear a suit and murder people. Okay, they're doing illegal activities in suits. Why are people creating movies about illegal activities all the time? And then they're trying to gaslight people and say that we're too violent or we have violent thoughts. And when you put chips in you to make sure that you're not wishing death on everything that you see. Just because gas prices are $5 a gallon. But they got this, I want to gung fu everything. Okay? You become the instrument. You are the weapon. And Kathy O'Brien's been weaponized. She was chopping heads, chopping them decks 24/7. Yeah. Kathy O'Brien. Like, whoosh. She's just like, like doing these silent assassin moves. I do many, training regiments to be stealth. To be quiet when needed. But all I had to do is be hypnotized. Okay. Would save me some time. God, yeah. Era. Yes, exactly, Jan. But again, it's a way to learn centripetal force,
A quote already loaded on the page from a political scientist who specializes in conspiracy theories as a cultural genre.
Oh, is that
so
same guy?
Positioning to destroy your
guy.
credibility before you even read a single word of what she's written. This is actually different for other conspiracies. Search any other conspiracy, you get debunking articles, science explainers, cultural analysis. Sure, it might be hard to find the videos, but the normal treatment for something outside the mainstream. Project Monarch doesn't get that treatment. There's not one article on it?
Because Metzger's been watering that seed for a while. Okay? Almost like, hey, Metzger, how come when we look this up, we're not really finding stuff? He's like, it's there. It's there. It's like, oh, wait, it's right there. Hey, quick. I mean, him running the other opposite way. It's like, right there. Oh. We need answers, Metzger. Okay? You can't take us down this Monarch little breadcrumb trail and then throw us in a pizza oven. Okay? We see that, we can see that coming. That's why I think a lot of these psyops that are happening to us are from people from another country that are not aware of all the movies and stories and tropes that are very common in psychological thrillers and lawyer movies, but that's why it's got to be from China. They're too literal over there.
It gets something more specific. It gets redirected to a single person with a preloaded discrediting mechanism.
Yep.
Everything else is essentially wiped on Google.
Oh, okay. All right, yep. So they're still able to connect it through her. Now, maybe she's a plant. Maybe this is a bit of disinformation. because she says some pretty intense things that were done to her. And I mean, when we covered her, I mean, anytime we these conspiracy nights are for us, okay? It's for our devotees. We've had people here from the beginning, and they're not going to cast a wide net with these topics. Same thing if you put Alex Jones in your title, okay? There's no push for it. And that's real. That's real, folks. So same thing with, I mean, unless you have a dedicated channel for it, I would say, yeah. But yeah, she's she is a bit radioactive. Now, yeah. No one really, people have only just started talking about her, it seems like. So, why?
Basically, the result isn't this is dumb and not real. The result is, here is the person you shouldn't believe without even understanding what she said. And then some random butterfly results. Okay, but what's strange is Google knows exactly what you're looking for when you type in
the bacon here? I'm not familiar with that reference.
Project Monarch. But look at the rest of the results. A butterfly science center, an app, a monarch migration tracking study. It's not even acknowledging the conspiracy. Yeah. It doesn't do what it does for every other conspiracy topic, giving you these skeptic articles. It does one thing and one thing only. It sends you to Kathy O'Brien. What you might not know is that Project Monarch is a pre-internet topic. It was being discussed in 1995. That's over 30 years of material. There were entire YouTube channels devoted to this before the 2010s filter. Hundreds if not thousands of videos.
Oh.
So if you remember the old internet, you know this genre was everywhere. Album covers, music videos, celebrity photo shoots, the butterfly imagery on everything. Now if you try to find it, it's been erased. So the question is, what if MK Ultra didn't stop in 1973?
Okay, and again, see if I can get quick with it. All right, that's the image I found. Now, I guarantee you, if George Lucas wants to redo his films, how easy it could be to digitally eliminate that the butterfly. If they go back and oh quick, we gotta get rid of all the butterfly imagery, the triangle, the twisted triangle thing, and then they go back and wipe all that stuff. So it's out there, folks.
What if it evolved for the purpose of creating people who are not aware of their programming?
Mm-hmm.
This is what the internet has termed Project Monarch.
Yeah.
The claim is that Project Monarch is a secret subset of MK Ultra that continued after it was officially shut down.
No, I think she's telling the truth. There's no way Nathan Reynolds, J.R. Sweet, Kathy O'Brien, and Lucas and Mariah Carey and her sister have the same story, and they don't know each other. Ooh, really, what's the same story? As far as getting like doped, or where they'll get crazy, or they almost like have dementia or something. That talk show host that was going against, I think, Mariah Carey and a few others. Oh, maybe the other one, the Jay-Z's Beyonce. I think maybe she was going after her, and then they think that talk show host was then poisoned, basically. She had like dementia. They're trying to take over her estate, and yeah, Wendy Williams. Nice, Jan. Yes. And exactly. And she passed out on stage. She's farting on stage. She's going full bug-eyed like Metzger. They're dosing her. She's talking too much. That's why I was going to say that's why Trump eats at McDonald's, but maybe it's because there's a little bit of special ingredients in there that we're finding out could be the remains of other things, allegedly. A lot of articles are coming out with what they might have been putting in people's food. Ironically, a lot of Pizza Huts are closing. A lot of Domino's are closing. A lot of pizza places are closing. Why aren't McDonald's closing?
The focus is called alters, separate personality states that can be triggered and controlled independently from the person's primary conscious identity. The result is a person who doesn't know they carry it.
Good to see you, Legato. Yeah, welcome back. Now look, yeah, and there's Ariana Grande, and she's been through the whole thing. She had the show, the Disney show thing, and she's always kind of doing these performances in front of older men all the time, and having a Paris Hilton soft voice that she's created. Oh yeah, okay. And as a Pete Davidson connection. Yeah, Pete Davidson is like, yeah. I don't think he's a handler. I think he's the one who supplies people with, CIA's latest drug. He's the Charlie Manson of the CIA, allegedly. Talked about being SRA victims when they're younger. Yep.
The symbol the internet associates with all of this is the butterfly. Specifically, the monarch butterfly. A monarch is a ruler, a king, someone with total authority over those beneath them.
Man. Because they're... I mean, the butterfly effect, you know, it's very intriguing. Like, hey, you know, you can create your own chrysalis and transmute and become, yeah, a being. Okay. No, please don't. Don't be trying to get wings all the time. Okay. These winged serpents. No, sign me up for anything that gives me wings. Okay, if I can get back to flying, I will be in my rightful place. These feet weren't meant for the ground. They're meant to kick in the air. That's why I am home at the sea. It gives me the same, you know, as above, so below experience. I need to be suspended on hooks from my back. Oh my God. I can't make any weird gestures, otherwise I do not dive. No, I do not dive. Skydive or deep scuba diving? I'd love to. I'm terrified of reality. I won't get anywhere near air if I could. Just the thought that I could be pushed aside by that invisible force that people call wind doesn't do it for me. Okay, that is a spirit that runs across the planes of existence that you allow to, you know, fluff your hair. No, I would if I could. I would if I could. I haven't had the opportunity. Scuba. Love that, the aspect of just being underwater and looking around, and like getting all disorientated, getting beat up by waves. And the second that my feet are, yeah, behind me or in front of me, that's the way things were meant to be. That would be cool to do. Like one of those wing suits. Oh, I'm going Batman. No, but I'm going Monarch, folks. I want to do a wingsuit, where you jump off a cliff and, you know, do the flying squirrel. Woohoo! Just to feel that resistance, that drag. I've participated in sports and even these strange sports. I can't even tell you what they are because it's so specific. to my region deep in the valley of Silicon Valley. That provides this sense of like resistance. We should all seek flight. Okay, if I'm not flying, I'm fighting. Okay, you gotta get that medulla oblongata locked in and soar or start kicking.
If you were online in 2010,
Sorry about that. A little bit of lag, but sorry about that.
then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, it's everywhere. The butterfly, the checkerboard floors, the one-eye symbolism, the kitten print. Then around 2016, the genre just started disappearing. But keep in mind, the internet didn't come up with any of this.
Oh, man.
Before YouTube, there was a woman named Candy Jones.
Oh,
That was
now Control of History did a good one on this one. When the first MK Ultra recipients, she would go to all the was it the Bob Hope military shows, kind of do a show and then convey military secrets to the OSU. Is that what it OSU or is it? Yeah, the USO. And yeah, it sounds like it should be USO, but then I want to say UFO. USO. Yeah, maybe if you put the emphasis on the S at USO. USO mother. I guess you still have to say fuck. But she was one of the first ones, okay? And maybe even did some, assassination stuff.
was her stage name. Her real name was Jessica Wilcox.
Ooh.
She was a successful model and a radio host. Under hypnotherapy, she revealed she had an alter named Arlene Grant, a separate personality that had worked for the CIA without her primary identity ever knowing about it.
Okay, now, look at all the shows that are like this already. Okay, so all the actresses, Jennifer Garner, she did the Alias. And now the Homeland Security or Homeland girl wants to kind of get in on some of that, and so she's doing all they have the people from the government being what do they call it, like where they check to make sure everything is kind of up to par, like and accurate. They would call them consultants or whatever, and then they're like, Stacy, you're a natural. This is like the roadies at a Metallica concert. Like, hey, if you want a backstage pass, a VIP pass, you gotta do a just eggs and BJ to get. According to the rock stars, they do all that stuff. Yeah. But now, maybe they're, hey, I can get you in the CIA, you know. But how come they're not doing this to too many of the men? Like, where's the men operatives? No, there's a lot of them. Metzger, whole bunch of them.
Her husband documented everything. The book came out in 1976.
Bieber.
Before the internet, before Reddit.
Yeah, Bieber confronting Usher. He's like, hey, what you doing? You got me sounding like Michael Jackson. For all the things you did to me as a child. You know, if you guys aren't channeling MJ on the reg, you gotta maybe rethink your life choices, okay? You need to come on. Yeah, I can only do the high pitch. I can. Yeah. No, that's not good. I just like the one where he's interrupting Oprah. Now, I don't think he was actually. Okay, I don't think he was actually doing that while Oprah was talking. There was two separate occasions. She had actually asked, and he was doing that. And then they made an edit to make it seem like he was doing it over Oprah. Now everyone thinks that that is actually what has happened. He was not beatboxing over Oprah, okay? Michael Jackson was sitting there in his red, but still somehow giving off angelic vibes, okay? He was the only person who can wear black and red, the demon colors that are, you know, that everyone knows about, and still be magenta. Okay, he's a king. Okay, he got to wear like these amazing Odysseus robotic and military straps, and I would. How do you get to wear this little crotch piece so amazingly? You're like this figurine. Look like a G.I. Joe. You know, it's like, look at that. That's why I go profile. Okay? Look at that. I go straight and then profile. I'm Michael Jackson. I mean, that will never happen again. That's why everything sucks. Okay? They're trying to recreate this. They're like, okay, well, he started from as a child, and he was abused as a child, started with a bunch of kids. Okay, so let's get a bunch of kids together, do shows together. We call it like, Hannah Montana kind of stuff. We'll slap her around like old Tyrone, or, Michael Jackson's father, Tyson, or whatever his name is. And we can create another Michael Jackson. Okay, how else are you going to have another Michael Jackson? See if I still got it up here. Okay, now what happened? Now, not this Super Bowl appearance. He did one a couple years. There it is, right there. So then you got this. All right, sign me up for whatever that is. Okay. Okay. The Illuminati pins and the Templar thing and the arm bandana, that's as close as people can get to this now. Damn, and he was so fit too. Yeah, I'm not trying to see these, big old schlubs up there trying to sing me a tune. Okay, you need to be communicating with some deities if you're going to sing to me. Don't you know where music come from? You think it's all? Yeah, let me hit this button and let me break a stick and record it backwards with all of these. Stop it! It's not folk music, dude. You're missing the point. It's too meta. But this is Michael. I'll go meta for Michael. It's like, just do the. It doesn't matter, you black or white. He's like, there's a. Yeah, there it is, right here. All right. I'm just an outfit man. I can't stand pop. Can't stand anything that's popular. No, he was great. And I mean, there had been some crazy things that he had done. Okay. I mean, maybe this was the first time that they had like a a masked man. Maybe that's why his face was always kind of strange. They would have, people doing Michael Jackson, to pick up an award. Because you can't look Art Deco, man. Okay? That's for us, okay? He's trying to be Art Deco. You can't take that from us. Whatever they're putting on those humanoids on the Art Deco stuff. All right, here we go. Let's get back to this. There's just so much in this short amount of time. I forgot that we were even watching it. It's amazing how it'll just branch you off like this. Thank you for going along the ride with me. Here we are, back to it.
And YouTube. And then there's the woman who comes up every single time you search this topic. But she didn't find this on the internet. She lived it. Her name is Kathy O'Brien. Yes, the one result that comes up when you search this. Well, let's take a look at what she actually says. In 1995, she published a book called Transformation of America, written with her partner, Mark Phillips. What's interesting about this is, it's not like she posted this on some blog. She literally submitted it as a formal congressional disclosure. And the title isn't Transformation of America, it's Transformation. Also, her co-author Mark Phillips spent decades as a DoD subcontractor in behavior modification research.
Ooh.
He signed an oath of secrecy.
Now, that's a same thing that who's that heavier set guy with the long dreads that does that whistle, that weird eclectic whistle thing, and he talks about behavior modification and virtual reality. It's almost like Gerard something, or Jared Javier or something like that. Maybe it's Jean-Pierre. But there's this other guy. I don't know if he's ever been on Rogan, but he was on before YouTube's algorithm pushed everything into these little circles. You could find like this, random people. He was one of the beginning pioneers for virtual reality and augmented goggles and virtual reality goggles. And he worked with Google. And no, he wasn't a motivational speaker. He was an old engineer, software engineer, maybe even hardware. I'm not sure, but kind of like in the early days. Shortly after Steve Jobs, it basically like when Google kind of started, and I think he did some work with Google, but anyway, he was always wear like a big old black t-shirt and long dreaded hair. I mean, he's Yeah. He looks quite strange. Okay, I'm not into his looks or whatever he's doing. Okay, it's actually quite gross if you ask me, and probably a direct result of always being in virtuality. Jaron Lanier, that might be it. Let me look that up. Now you can see why I said Jean-Pierre. Yep. Yes. Oh my God. Jan Babat got me saying two of my words. Sorry, batting 1,000 here. Wow, amazing job, Jan. Thank you so much. So this guy, okay, I'm sure you've seen him maybe 15 years ago. And he always does this weird flute and stuff. So I'm not promoting this guy or but he did say something interesting about behavior modification. He said, please watch out for behavior modification. They are like, if you are participating in social media, you are part of, and this is before people were saying much about MK Ultra, but he's saying you are part of them nudging you and ultimately part of a behavior modification. Whether you realize it or not. And I say it's a direct result to all this highly volatile and reactive people on the streets, and feeling justified breaking the law just because it serves their cause. So he also said that there needs to be people to opt out of things that are globally accepted. And that's something I had shared with you guys, and I was referring to him, saying that there has to be some people, there has to be some part of the population in order to do a double blind test to have or would it be a double blind test? Basically to have a way to have people not participate in order to see how far people have veered off. Okay. And yeah. I mean, take that a step further, and I applied that to Joker. I couldn't see the Joker when it was happening. It was way too captured. Everyone was just a little bit too much into it. And then it was really good, apparently. So I really wanted to see it. And I eventually will. But shortly after that, there was the movie is about, wearing a mask, civil unrest, the destruction of talk shows. All of a sudden, people wearing masks, civil unrest. Yeah. Jimmy Kimmel's crying. So we got to be able to opt out of things. A control group. Yes, thank you. There's got to be a control group. So I also said that for Yeah, the JAB. Okay, I'm like, nah, I will be part of the group that does not participate. We have to know. There has to be, yeah, has to be a control group. So, yeah, exactly. So, so he's saying some pretty cool things because he's like, yeah, I sold stuff to Google, and so he's kind of set for life, kind of thing. And he does a lot of work with virtual reality and stuff. He looks like his face is always getting cooked with the lens of virtual reality. Those virtual reality goggles. Like that's what it does to you. It just heats up. So his hair is like permanently, like he used to have straight hair before he began doing VR research. The headsets create so much heat. You start dreading. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't just say that. Look, I mean, but it seems like a really smart guy, though. It seems like a really smart guy. I hope there's nothing too strange about him, other than, yeah, a shattered mind. So that's that guy. Thank you, Jen.
That's the man who co-wrote this book. The man who opens it with a thesis.
So not the guy who we were just talking about, but he's talking about behavior modification. So, well, let me see if there's a video on this. Facebook turned into behavior modification. The truth behind Facebook mind control. All right, Silicon Valley computer philosopher. This kind of, yeah. I was into listening to all the modern philosophers before the world went political. Like right before 2016, I was deep in the origin of consciousness. Okay, I was nearly there, folks. And then CERN opened up a multiverse, and here we are. But there was a bunch of them at the time. They had him and it's been a while. The one who did Super Intelligence, had the owl cover. Steve Brinham? No. Been a while. But yeah, that was that era. That was in my Sam Harris days. That's right. I used to listen to the Sam Harris podcast. But after the Trump election and him doing his app, I mean, I was enjoying it up until he got business with it. He had to start that app, and then I haven't listened to him for a millennia.
Behavior modification research. He signed an oath of secrecy. That's the man who co-wrote this book, the man who opens it with a thesis. The thesis is bigger than just one survivor's story. He's arguing that mind control operates at 2 levels.
So trauma-based mind control. And wow. Again, I think that that's just what social media is creating now. Okay, all these, I mean, everyone fighting over every little cause, and every single person gets offended over the one thing, then everyone rallies around that person, and it's worse than religion. Way worse than, the opioid for the mass. Okay, this is yeah, it's poison. You don't even get high. Okay, at least with religion, you can feel like you are going somewhere after life, but you're part of this MK Ultra behavioral modification, and you're blowing whistles at federal agents. That like how come you're not doing that anymore? What made you stop? You guys were all about it. Very, very strange. Yeah. The Fed, CIA, all these, the Foreign Legion. They're all conducting all these social experiments. Leave it to the institutions, okay? Can we open up the institutions again and just do it there, okay? People want to be all drugged up, and just ask Andy Dick. He would love to be institutionalized. He doesn't want to be in base reality. And if he has to be sober, he wants to be in a little sober care place, okay? He can't be outside in public. So people need that. They want it. But instead, they're like, well, you got to pay for the facility, pay for heating and cooling, staff members. It gets expensive now. So they just do it in the palm of our hands. Before, it was just the TV and the radio. Like, why is there a radio in every car? You ever think about that?
The hard tier is what happened to Kathy. Trauma-based conditioning starting in childhood. Compartmentalized identities. We're talking about controlling people, from abuse victims to politicians and celebrities. The soft tier.
I mean, does everyone get absolutely irate when they hear about child abuse? Like what kind of person would do, like, I have to really, control my heart rate and be centered and breathe when I start hearing about, child abuse. Yeah, it's like, woo. It's one thing to, get in a little scuffle with someone. It's another thing when you are doing that. Okay, that ooh. I want to show you what. But I'm gonna get kicked off of YouTube if I say what I want to do to these sick people. Yet they can have movies about it and do it okay, let's just get to, I can't think about this stuff too much because I get, oh man, just get so I get very angry when I think about that kind of stuff. I'm mind controlled, folks. Okay, that's a trauma based mind. They're trying to traumatize my mind. Okay, I was thinking about butterflies, and all of a sudden I'm hearing about abuse victims, and I want to seek justice. We had to see signs in the streets saying, "No justice, no peace," threatening our streets to create more civil unrest unless they got their way. These domestic terrorists. Because some, What was the drug that George Floyd was on? Anyway, yeah, trying to find fentanyl. Yes, thank you. Yes. George Floyd was all hopped up on fentanyl. So it was a sequence of very bad events. Okay, I don't wish ill on people except for these child predators. Okay, and a list of other people, but we won't get into that. But everyone just went nuts. Everyone went nuts. The whole world for this thing that occurred that people didn't like. Have you seen war? Have you seen what your brain scans look like after you use your phone for 30 minutes when you're talking to your aunt Mimi? Okay? Like, you're burning down buildings and so, you know, it seemed a bit much. A little bit of an overreaction. And, you know, what was Jesse Smollett doing with the noose and, you know, trying to get Subway at 3 a.m. or something like that? Like, trying to create this false narrative of a race war. And then even during the pandemic, all these actors would sing Kumbaya, my lord, in black and white or whatever the song was. It's a small world after. It's like, go hiking. We don't want to hear you sing over Zoom. It's better than daytime television. Oh, I miss Passions. Oh, Passions. Oh, how you weaved that beautiful storyline. Can we just get daytime television back so that these Karens have something to do? Do you remember that they used to just go absolutely ape shit, just obsessed with soap opera actors? Okay. Your mind's programmable. We hacked into your mind. You want to know what? I can't even say a story. I've forgotten all the storylines, but I was watching. Wasn't someone a wizard, a little turned to like kind of like a witch for a while too? Oh man, there was some kind of supernatural element that started happening. Bring back daytime television, man. Streaming has really ruined everything. I need a Reader's Digest stat. Oh, with the love doll, yes. The witch with the love. Oh, man. Come on, folks. We think this is a better life? We could do things while it was playing in the background and not get weird cranial inflammation from wearing wireless Bluetooth headphones just so you can hear the latest Jimmy Dore take. It ain't better. I can't even do an 8-minute countdown. I can only do 2 minutes. Oh, where is it? Well, I deleted it. I was so mad. This tech, it's not for the creators. It's for the consumers. Okay, I need to be able to have control over every aspect of my life. Okay, and I'm not a control freak, folks. I don't even know what a schedule is. Okay. But if I'm working with tools, I gotta be able to use the tool in order to create. But you're just this, this micromanaged mini production producer. So you don't get to really do your own thing. It's still within this microcosm. Quit boxing me. I'm in a box. Okay. I need to be circleized. All right, here we go.
Is what's happening to everyone else. You are under a trance.
Ooh, yeah.
Look at the cover of the book. It's a map of the United States with radio waves emanating across it.
All right, now take a look at this. Let's see if where was it? Let's see if it pulls it up. No. No. Well, he was wearing a. Let me try one more time. He was wearing a shirt that had that same imagery on it. The whole shirt was basically like a, those circles, and actually looked really weird, like very strange. I wonder if he was trying to tell us something. What are you trying to tell us? No, he is one who, the long hair period didn't sit too well with him. Yeah, that only a few kind of people, and I'm barely one of those. Okay, I'm barely one of those people that can pull off long hair, kinda. Okay, after 3.5, 4 years, you should shave it and do it again. I went too long. I just wanted to keep going. But one should not have your long hair era. Do not overstay your long hair era. That's just for a time, and then you got to be new again. Okay, so Macaulay did it, and he's looking good. And he called out. Did you guys hear his recent tweet? He called out the guy who played that hacking television show with Christian Slater, and he played what Frankie, or what's his name, the singer from a... oh my god. My recall is not good tonight, folks. But he called out someone as a cannibal. Yeah, Mr. Robot. Yep. So that's not how you spell cannibal, is it? Yes, Remy. Yeah, Remy. Let me try that. Wait, is that... yeah, okay. There it is right there. Oh, 2019. Okay. So look at that. February 24th, 2019. Macaulay Culkin says Remy Malek eats babies. There, I said it. Now this is when right around the same time when Rainn Wilson was saying all the disgusting things that, yeah, saying things about eating kids and killing kids and blood in his kid's urine for his hair. Oh yeah, right before COVID, Twitter was really heavy with the Pizzagate stuff. Yep. Wow. Oh, he's got a twin brother. So look at that. He's already got his doppelganger ready. They love the twins. Okay, if they can get a twin, they don't need a clone. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I need to turn my chat on. Oh, sorry if I missed some of your guys' chats. I forgot to turn off the top chats. Why do they default the top chats? They should know that I'm not like a heavy. Don't have a heavy chat. Okay, it's like I'm not. But here we are. So yeah, that's coming up again.
In her book, she says, quote, "To every American unaware of the mind control atrocities prevailing in this country, what America..."
Yes, Jen's doing a throwback to our attempt when we were trying to have a call-in session. You know, I've been trying to have like a, you know, a co-host for 75 episodes. We're at 79 episodes. I've been trying to do it for 70 episodes. And the one time that we almost got it, but there was this weird echo and I couldn't hear, and was not a good way to set it up. Jan was like, Can you hear me? Wizard, can you hear me? Trying to attempt a technological feat live. It's a very nouveau. And we are very avant-garde. If you haven't noticed, I mean, I'll break out in song when the time is right. I love dancing. No, we don't dance and move your body, please. Okay, remain sedentary so you can consume. Okay, because once you start moving your body and creating your own energy, you won't seek to get energy from external sources. Okay, and I must be the external source of your energy. Allow me to, be the thing that lets you loosh. Okay, I'm not trying to capture your loosh. I'm trying to, cultivate the loosh. But please stop looshing. Okay, not while we're streaming.
Americans don't know is destroying them from the inside out.
Oh yeah, we know. Let me take that back.
In her book, she says, quote, "To every American unaware of the mind control atrocities prevailing in this country, what Americans don't know is destroying them from the inside out."
Whew.
End quote.
That's why you gotta go to the far side, okay? You don't go political, just stay in the fringes, okay? Get them trying to figure out what side you're on. Ooh, I'm on the side. I'm on the sun side up. No, we're not on sides, okay? Why is there a side? A side of ranch, okay? I'm not. Oh, you're confused. I was referencing to when we tried to trying to get you to co-host, and then you're saying, "Hey, can you hear me, Wizard?" Anyway. But these people are trying to, take sides. Okay, let's not take sides. Take a seat. Create a system. You're too busy working on a system. You don't need to pick a side. Okay, people are picking sides. Stop doing things. Then they want everyone to stop doing things, and then they start having people, protest and picket and go on strike. And no, I was doing my factory job. Okay, I was manufacturing things. Got to be messing up my simple life. Okay, keep things simple so I could get really, really wonky in my creative space. Okay, I need things to be simple and monotonous so that I can go past the bounds of the planes of spirit.
So Wikipedia has her titled as a conspiracy theorist. But you can see what they're doing. They're trying to show you the most craziest things that she says.
Yep.
But here's what Wikipedia left out. If she was in a room with handlers running documented trauma-based conditioning, then what she experienced was whatever they staged her for. Performances designed to create memories so bizarre that no one would even believe them. The most effective suppression is when the witness tells the truth, and the truth sounds insane.
That's how you know it's, that's how you know it's real, when it looks fake, or whatever Elon Musk said. You know it's real because it looks so fake. You never put a car in space, dude. That was the fakest thing I've ever seen in my life. Besides the moon footage. Them bouncing around, okay? Elon, you're not fooling anyone, okay? You didn't put a roadster in space. We've been seeing you trying to shoot missiles out into the outer orbit since then, and see them going across the pendulum, or what do they call the dome, scraping across the top of the dome, creating this water pattern effect. Everyone's like, "Whoa, look at that! What's happening?" So, the firmament. Yes, thank you. I think there's some other term like the parabellum. Because it makes the same arch of like the Disney, when the do 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 do. I missed a note there, but it's like the pixie dust, then making that doo doo over the castle. They're telling us. Yeah, Bezos trying to get rid of his woman. He's like, what? The door didn't fly open? Ah, yeah. I would have gotten rid of you all. Oh my, no, don't open it. I'll do it. You're supposed to do it from the outside. That paper thin door. Oh my God. It's like, now when they say, hey, we got to take humanity to Mars. We'll first go to the moon and then we'll go to Mars. You're just going to Canada. You don't even get to go to Hawaii. They're trying to recreate Mars on Hawaii. But scientists in domes. You don't even get that. Okay. They're going to make it nice and cold for you. So. Don't get on the ships, folks. Don't get on the ships. Every single movie out there that's like, it's about, hey, come on, you won the lottery, okay? Come on and get into this train cart. We'll take you to the land flowing the milk of honey. Okay? Yeah, they got food there for you. Come on. Stay put. Travel on your own. Follow the sun. I could walk all day if I could just stay within a certain distance of the sun. It'd be I feel like Miami 365. We're meant to be nomadic, okay? And then there'd be different. Now, when you do these big, mountain treks, there's these, little way stations on the way. That's why they call them way stations. There's stations along the way. And that's how, these big Tartarian buildings that, those are all created for the nomadic people. So you travel and you follow the stars, and you're able to have these temples to go to and regenerate, and bathhouse isn't clean, and have a sound bath, get recharged, and then start mosey on over to the you gotta follow the star. But you became a bunch of gazers. Okay? A bunch of gazers. I'm a follower. Okay? I don't gaze on the star, I follow it. I'm speaking of the sun. Okay? The sun's a star. The sun's local, folks. I've seen it beneath the clouds in some of these videos. They're showing me videos with airplanes above the clouds, and then the sun is below the clouds. Okay? How can the sun be below the clouds? Might be AI, folks. I don't know, but something's fishy about it. The moon just happens to be the same size, the same circumference as the sun. Please, come on. What? It's a pyramid shape. What's a pyramid shape? Oh, yes. The angle of the light rays coming from the sun. Yeah, the degree of the rays coming through the clouds. Exactly. Yep. And that angle, that's a local light. Or maybe a light. Well, I do think that there's something with like, and maybe, well, I think that's the moon. That the moon is then the reflection of where we actually exist, and then it's projected onto the firmament, and then we think that that's the moon, but it's the light bounce, the sun, and then where we live, and then that being bounced off, and then hitting the dome, and then you see a crescent moon. You see, you gotta look at it. Now, if you got a nice pair of binoculars, you can see the moon. I've got hundreds of them. I carry binoculars everywhere I go, especially when I'm walking down sidewalks really close to people's homes. I'm like, what? No, I'm just chirp 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 chirp. I'm just looking at birds. Huh? Anyone with a long lens camera is a Fed. Okay. Just so you know. Okay, that. No, I'm just I'm retired. I'm just taking up photography with the best equipment known to man. But it's worn in a little bit, but still looks brand new. You're fed. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, Sammy. Huh? Oh no, I was just looking for my cat. No. That's what Jen does when she's canvassing. Yeah, Jan joined because I was advertising as a prospector. She's a gold miner for the gold. No, but yeah, we please carry around a lot of. Yeah, I didn't want to say gold digger, but and it actually didn't. It just so happened to correlate the prospecting in that. I was not intending that. But please, if you don't have binoculars, then are you human? Okay, have binoculars. Everyone should have binoculars before a cell phone. I'd rather see than speak. Tap away. No, if you're walking around with binoculars, not even trail guides do that any longer. Okay, they know the tropes. But I have a jacket and I just open it up and it's just binoculars. And it's like, I'll take this one. Like the smaller ones are actually the really powerful ones. The digital. But on a full moon, we're getting close. We must be waxing gibbous with all this energy I got today. Or at least waxing out of crescent. My crescent days are over. Finally behind me. I'm going gibbous. And when I do, that's when I bring you the heat. And I'm busting gibbous. Please stop gibbosing. Okay, we need some crescents. No, I've been walking around a full moon since Monday, and no, I'm lunar, folks. I'm lunar. I'm part of the 13-month revolution. Just watched a little video essay on that. We got to watch that one too. Maybe we'll do it tonight. I was wanting to get through this tonight. Okay, I don't think we're. No, we'll power through it. It won't be part. This is great content, folks. The videos are bad when we go through these really fast. Okay. Means that there's not a whole lot there. I'm just trying to get through it. Trying to find something. And there's something around every corner. It's like the back rooms watching his videos. Okay, I don't know. I'm in there forever. No escaping. These Mind Unveiled. But what was I talking about? But yeah, please. Oh, lunar. So the 13th month apparently is soul. That's the 13th month. And there's been this whole campaign for us to resist the idea of 13 and that it's being, have you ever been unlucky? Okay. That it's this unlucky number, 13. And it was part of a campaign to get people to resist the idea of having 13 months. That's what this video said. That there was no such thing as the unlucky number 13 before people were really campaigning in the early 1900s to get back to this 13 month. Well, not really back to it, but certain people discovered that it was way more easy to conduct business this way. And payroll and everything was, made a lot more sense. But there you are. So Soul is the 13th month. We were going for Virginary. That's what it is. Virginuary. We haven't heard back from them yet.
What she described was not abstract. She named specific programs, specific handlers, specific locations, specific politicians, childhood trauma conditioning starting before age 5.
Yeah, I believe Kathy O'Brien. And there's this she feels very empowered, and you can tell that she's proud of herself for speaking out against it. You can see it all over. It's so take a look. We went over the video. Go over it again. It's maybe 40 minutes, if that. It might be 40 minutes. And it's really interesting to hear what she's saying. And it's not like you're listening to Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar. Up a window, all I see is Bob Lazar. He doesn't have to say it in a sequence just to make sure his story is straight. I mean, she doesn't have to do that like Bob Lazar does. Okay, Bob Lazar's got to make sure he says it in the right order because that's how he remembered it. You never been, Bob Lazar.
Compartmentalized personality states that could be triggered and controlled. A network that ran through military intelligence, through entertainment, and through political circles.
And look at that. He even made a butterfly out of it. I mean, not only is Mind Unveiled creating these videos, but he's created this whole mind map thing to help put the pieces together for the Epstein, searching through the Epstein files. And then he made a butterfly out of that. This is top tier content, folks. This is why movie theaters are empty.
But here's what specifically matters for this video. She described the conditioning architecture, and it has a template. A specific framework that programmers use to structure the alter system in child subjects.
Woo, man.
Are you ready to go down the rabbit hole?
Not really. This is too deep. Oh God.
Is Alice.
Oh God.
Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland from 1865.
I knew it.
She said this was not a metaphor. This is the literal programming framework.
Mary Poppins got to be it too.
Across decades.
Oh man, there's a butterfly.
Producing people whose primary identity has no access to what was built underneath it.
Yeah. Gen
Cassie
Z.
O'Brien went public in 1995. She and Mark Phillips submitted it directly to Congress as former disclosure. And Wikipedia calls her a conspiracy theorist? Doesn't even mention that. Okay, but this is the part that matters for the timeline. When she went public in 1995, there was already an organization whose entire function, whether you think that was intentional or not, was to ensure that testimony like hers could never be taken seriously in court. The False Memory Syndrome Foundation was founded in 1992.
False memory
Phillips names it in the
syndrome.
book.
Wow.
He called it a well-funded organization with very questionable agendas. The academic confirmation that 2 CIA MKUltra researchers sat on its founding board didn't come out until years later. They named it before anyone had documented why. 2 of the researchers on its founding board had something specific in common. Both had previously worked on CIA MKUltra sub-projects, and one of them, remember that 1953 letter I mentioned at the start of the video? The one proposing experiments on presumably unwilling subjects? The one the CIA called extremely fruitful? That was him, the same man. He was also, separately, appointed Jack Ruby's court psychiatrist in 1964.
Oh.
He declared Ruby mentally incompetent. The foundation provided expert witnesses in court, academics who testified that trauma.
So that's when, right before he testified, he had a little session with him, with Jack Ruby. And then Jack Ruby went to court, and all of a sudden he was acting all crazy, and so apparently he was dosed. Like the agents in the Matrix with Morpheus. And you see what's his name? Not Tom Cruise, but the other main actor. Brad Pitt. You see Brad Pitt in that train movie with some kind of serum that they're, trying to inject in each other. They want to stick people with needles, folks. Okay. Or the obsession with poking people. Okay, Bill Gates, keep away Bill Gates from Africa. He's trying to do something to a whole continent. Because we won't let him in this country. Send him to Africa. Tom Hanks is running scared. He's in Greece. They won't let him back. Chet Hanks is pretending like he's enjoying hanging out in Brazil. He can't get out of Brazil. But he's like, hey, they won't accept my passport, but I was needing a vacation anyways. What's happening? No justice, no peace. You said it. You guys said it. Okay? You guys said it over a fentanyl-filled counterfeiter. And no one's up in arms about thousands, if not more, hundreds of thousands of children being abused and trafficked, and the lives lost. Oh no, but the TV told me to be upset about this. So you should just know when the TV is trying to tell you to get upset about something, there might be some truth in it, but maybe it's just, yes, you should be upset over someone, or it's not good that someone died. And you might not agree with how it happened, okay? But you're not going crazy with... that's just how the mind works. It's got to be completely simplified, and that's why all these psyops work so well, because it's so simple. It's very easy to... There's no nuance, okay? So you just latch right onto it, and you know that that's the idea, and then anything that's outside of that idea is the enemy. It's for dummies. Okay? Society for Dummies. The books.
Trauma survivors' memories are inherently unreliable, without ever having to engage the content of what those survivors were saying. That ran for 27 years. But you know what's crazy? The one who testified in trial after trial that recovered memories cannot be trusted was a funded member of a research network that Epstein personally bankrolled. She testified as the first defense expert at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial against Epstein's own victims. The foundation dissolved on December 31st, 2019, the same year Epstein died, supposedly. This is the denial machine. But for now, what can we actually verify? In 1995, at a formal government advisory hearing called the ACHRE, the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, 3 women testified under oath about CIA childhood mind control experiments conducted at Tulane University. A law professor named Alan Shefflin went on record afterward and said, quote, "Some of the information provided is absolutely true and could not have been derived from any published source." End quote. That testimony was excluded from the final report. Official reason? The subjects were too young. Now I want to talk about the person with the largest voice talking about this right now. Candace.
Oh.
Candace Owens has said things about this topic that no mainstream figure with her reach has ever said. In February of this year, she named Project Monarch directly on camera. She said what began as Project Monarch in Germany.
Because she's saying, MK Ultra, she's reading Chaos. She's about two years too late. But when you got 140,000 people on the stream, that's fine. Yeah. You can be a little late to the party. A little tardy to the party. Okay. So she's mentioning it. I was like, whoa, okay. Now, again, for the diehard clip virgins, when I've talked about this, it's like I love a good MK Ultra story, okay? And I love movies that are even about it, but I never. And entertainment industry, the industry, you listen to me good. I don't ever hear you use that word in your movies, okay? Allow the movies to be about it, but don't say the word. That's our word. Okay, don't be saying MK Ultra in your scripts. Please quit having everything so on the nose. Yeah. Who runs the entertainment industry? Why's it got to be like that? So let's have some allegory, some analogies. But if Candace is saying MK Ultra, soon and very soon we are going to see. Okay, the end is nigh, folks. The end is nigh. No, please, do not join my apocalypse cult. Okay. But the world is ending. But please do not say MK Ultra in film. Okay. But there should be a Mortal Kombat, really gritty, cool movie like Enter the Dragon, and it's Mortal Kombat Ultra, and that's MK Ultra, and they create these assassins, and they all create these special psychic abilities, and they say the things that take my stream off the network when I start talking about it. So that's real, folks. There's Epstein Island. No, you heard about islands where they fight to the death. Anyway, I think that's what this Batman suit thing is, or something, where they have someone in there drugged up. More likely a kid, but maybe they do it to adults too, and maybe they do it to the people that they replace, and they just, wear that suit and beat him like Jake Paul. Crack him in the jaw.
Germany ultimately became MK
Is that the right Paul brother? I don't even know.
Ultra in America. Project Monarch directly on camera. She said what began as Project Monarch in Germany ultimately became MK Ultra in America. She said there's zero reason to believe it stopped.
Sorry, I talked over that. So what?
She said what began as Project Monarch in Germany ultimately became MK Ultra in America.
Okay, so MK Monarch was first, and that was the monarchs, okay? The ruling class. The Germans. The bloodlines. And then it went MK Ultra in the 60s, after World War II. After, they put us on the moon. After the Gregorian calendar. But Project Monarch, they got us thinking different time zones, or like what? Why are we changing the time zones? I just want my 13-month calendar. But all right, here we go. So Monarch, and then MK Ultra in the US.
She said there's zero reason to believe it stopped. So even she's saying this operation never ended. But here's the thing. Something isn't really sitting quite right with me. I just want to point out some things that...
Now, there's so much with Erica Kirk. So much. And just how they met and how, you know, she's a handler and all this stuff. But I feel like the same thing happened to Candace Owen and her husband. They met and then got married super quick within a matter of a couple of weeks. And yet she doesn't think that he's a handler, okay? When in fact, just before all this, her and Charlie Kirk were really close. And I believe this is before Erica Kirk got in the picture. But maybe they just got together and Charlie Kirk and Candace were still friends or something. But it seems that maybe they both got these handlers to then ultimately set them up for might be a public assassination, because Candace Owens started talking about people trying to threaten her. Now, a lot of people are getting threatened, but she was taking it really seriously, saying that Macron, the French prime minister, was orchestrating it because of Brigitte.
That you said, because it ties in directly with what I'm investigating. I believe we're actually looking into the same thing. So her new series is The Bride of Charlie. In her opening episode, she calls it The Wrinkle in Time.
Look at that building. Yeah, guys, we'll just have... There's no screens, okay? Are all the screens fake? Is this a real photo? Looks like the set of Lost.
She framed the origin of Monarch in Germany. The implication is that it's foreign, imported, something that infected America from the outside. This is documented history. Operation Paperclip brought Nazi researchers into American intelligence programs deliberately. MKUltra was built here.
Okay, well, at least they're bringing in scientists and engineers. Okay? Now, the people that we get, a bunch of pirates. So at least we're creating make-believe with a K.
Funded by American money, run by American officers. But it almost feels like the video makes this point of origin at Germany because, well, think about it, it moves the responsibility to the other side of the ocean. Okay, not that weird, but I noticed that. And then she made an episode a while ago called Project Looking Glass. Now immediately that title caught my eye without even watching it, because if you know this community, that title suggests Alice in Wonderland programming. The looking glass is the transition mechanism between primary identity and the alter, which is exactly what O'Brien was talking about. I suspect that someone on her team knew this and used this video as a means to cover the subject up. I'm not saying that's true. I don't know, but I'm saying that's what it seems like. Because look, she opens it with something real. She's going through the claim that Charlie Kirk was surrounded by handlers his entire life, people who shaped everything about him from the beginning. That is real and a valid thread.
I didn't hear of Charlie Kirk until a couple weeks before he died. The only reason why I knew the name Charlie Kirk was because he was randomly on my feed a couple weeks before he was assassinated. I didn't know anything about this turning point thing. I never seen one of his radio shows or anything like that. Didn't know anything about his school campaigns. He was on Bill Maher. And maybe one other show, maybe. People were listening to him. I mean, I suppose he had, drew in the crowd and all that. But this turning point stuff is some weird stuff. Okay. This blend of church and military and yeah, it's weird. Yeah, what do they call that? Where you're just pretending to be religious and just to anyway. They're not to be trusted. This turning point. Now everyone uses turning point as a turn of phrase. They're like, yeah, the turning point in my life has been, and yeah, we really had a turning point in our meeting today. It's sick. Stop turning. This is satanic. Okay, if you're turning clockwise, you are messing with the devil's rotation. Okay, I'm counterclock rotation. I'm part of creation, not destruction. So they have you turning to the right with a real nasty, crooked Epstein phallic. And they're all gay too. They're all gay in this Republican revolution. They got these nasty curved phallics everywhere. It's like, looks like a lucky horseshoe phallic. It's gross. Where's nature? Remember when they would put vines around the border of things with, leaves and little things along the edge. Like if I'm looking at the border of my screen here, it'd be like flower kind of vines and patterns, bordering everything. And everything's like, ooh, let me curve the line. We must create with nature. We lost that ability through digital means. It's all ones and zeros, and I need the curvature.
But then, out of nowhere, the episode pivots to a CIA program based on technology stolen from ancient Sumerians that let operators view future timelines. So CIA time travel. What's going on here? I thought she was going to talk about Project Monarch. This is the part that doesn't sit well with me.
Oh.
Listen to what she says in this episode.
She got co-opted.
Hate light. Alyssa writes, Kathy O'Brien would be a powerful interview. You have a platform to give her a stronger voice. I just finished her book, Transformation of America. Yes, I've heard about Kathy O'Brien. There are so many people that I could speak to. I know about Project Monarch. We've spoken about it on...
He called the itch too. Nice. He's one of us.
Kathy O'Brien. There are so many people that I could speak to. I know about Project Monarch.
There it is. He knows about our body language.
We've spoken about it on this show
as
being the precursor to what the Nazis did here, which was all about traumatizing children.
So you do know about her, and you just so happened to mention her in the Looking Glass video? You know about Project Monarch. But I don't see why you haven't connected this to Erica. Is Erica and Alice? Now here's what Candace is actually investigating right now. She's looking at Romania, specifically at Erica Kirk and her charity, Romanian Angels, which operated in Constanța, Romania beginning in 2012. Romania is in the Epstein files. There's a JP Morgan wire instruction where Epstein personally directs his banker to send $10,000 to Banca Transylvania in Iași, Romania, for, and I'm quoting, the girl from Romania. In another email, he writes to billionaire Tom Pritzker about the girl from Romania that you met at my house, and asks if there's a starting position at one of the Pritzker's Hyatt hotels. Now look at Erica's charity work in Constanța. She personally thanks a US Army colonel by name in her own promotional video. Colonel Otto Buscher III, who commanded the Black Sea Area Support Team at Mihail Kolgani-Shanu Air Base. In 2019, a former base translator filed a criminal complaint alleging Buscher ran a prostitution and trafficking ring out of that base involving girls as young as 16.
Main gate.
The investigation was closed because the NATO Status of Forces Agreement gave jurisdiction to the United States. He was never prosecuted. This is the colonel she's thanking on camera for helping deliver gifts to orphans? In January 2026, Erica launched her speaking tour at Harvest Christian Fellowship, Pastor Greg Laurie's church. 4 months earlier, 22 federal lawsuits were filed against that church alleging that former pastor Paul Havsgaard sexually abused and trafficked children at church-sponsored homes in Romania from 1998 to 2008. The lawsuits cite the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. Church leadership was warned in 2004 that Havsgaard was a PDF. They kept him because he was, and this is from the filing, too important to fundraising. Now here's the part Candace almost found. Her Romania research led to a DoD contractor. And she's reading this company description aloud on camera. She says disruptive cyber technologies for applications in relationship to the way humans think. But what's weird about it is, after reading this, she starts randomly laughing and calls it a word pretzel. It almost seems like her script told her to laugh there because that reaction made no sense. It wasn't a word pretzel. Disruptive cyber technologies in relationship to the way humans think. That is a description of programmable cognition. That's what this video is about. She was staring directly at it and she laughed. Okay, but that company is called Easy Tech International. It was founded by Lori Francevey. That's Erica Kirk's mother. So listen to this and tell me if you think it's weird.
Relative to sustainability of critical infrastructure protection. Blah, 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 blah. Supercalifragilistic, big word, sustainability, big word, sustainability, vocabulary word. Ta-da, technology, tech. It's so high tech. You have to have a highly technical BS mind to think that that makes any sense. Like I said, these people are not smarter than you that rule over than us. They're just more corrupt. But that's absurd. Nothing, it's just a word pretzel. We're in a pretzel. She's saying a lot of words and she just keeps throwing in sustainability. In the middle, it's like sustainability, sustainable functional way to monitor the sustainable functional technologies and working with the Department of Defense to do supercalifragilistic things. Okay, Lori. Okay. Love to interview her or Erica to deeply understand it. I just want to get real cerebral with them, you know? Explain it to me like I'm two.
Well, it does make sense.
She's mocking it.
Let me explain it to you.
Don't mock Monarch.
So by episode 3, she reveals that Lori is Erica's mother. Lori runs DoD-connected companies. The family's chasing government defense contracts. Fort Huachuca is an intelligence base. There's a web of shell companies. Then, by episode 6, she reads the literal description of mind control technology, disruptive cyber technologies for applications in relationship.
Yeah. Don't mock Monarch. Okay. That's a t-shirt right there, right? Okay. Don't mock Monarch. Okay.
To the way humans think. From the company's bio, and she's doing this on camera, and she just laughs it all off. You had all the pieces. The DoD contracts, the intel base, now the company description that literally describes programmable cognition, and you're just gonna laugh? Either she doesn't understand what she's reading, or she was told to move past it. There's no third option that makes sense here. Erica's public narrative is that she was raised by a single mom. Her mother founded a DoD defense contractor. Her mother runs the E3 Tech Group, which builds EMP hardened technology for the Department of Defense.
And let me bump out the screen here so you can see what it says. Let me just. Oh, there it is. It says America and spelled like that, like Erica. America. There you go. America. Erica Kirk. She's a clone, allegedly. People said it before me, so don't get me. Okay. But people are saying she's a clone. Now, I can recognize a clone a mile away. All right. It's the smell. But you ain't telling me that Erica Kirk is winning pageantries and stuff, okay? That's a nasty, nasty woman.
Fort Huachuca, a military intelligence base. Her father was a program research director at the same company. Her grandfather, Carl Kenneth Franzwey, was a U.S. Army captain.
Oh, grifter. That's why. See, I know the word would come to me if I just saw it. Okay. And this is grift personified. This is Erica Grifter. Okay. And she's latching on to the Bible message. So there's a lot of money in religion. And quite a bit of money apparently in the religious sphere in the right-wing republic. and they start grifting. And yeah, we love the Lord. Now send your money to, I'm not a clone, P.O. Box 666, the bowels of hell, 502. You're never gonna catch me. What are you doing on screen? You shouldn't even be on radio looking like that. You're not meant for a microphone, let alone a lens. This lesbo, allegedly, she's a taco lover. I can't stand tacos. I mean, I love tacos. What am I talking about? She's saying she can't stand tacos. No, wait, she loves them too. Oh, I guess we're on the same side, Erica. So that's how she's going to get people like me, okay, to be on her side. Well, she likes women, okay, and she's got the cisgender male vote. It's like, well, I do too. Okay, I guess we're on the same side. I'm on Erica Kirk's side, okay? I'm not on that rainbow side, okay? Like I need my colors back. They're trying to take my colors. That's why I'm colorless. I'm formless. I'm timeless. I'm absent of space. But and a witch, yep. Erica is a clone MK child. MK child! You just a MK. Okay. She be mobbing like we the black KKK. Don't forget my AKA Mayday on your P. Alright, let's just go. Please don't rap acapella. Oh man, you think other people can hear the tone and the beat in their own head too, and they can't. And you sound off when you do. Okay, so don't rap acapella. It's not slam poetry. It's plagiarism.
With a Silver Star and a Bronze Star, who served as Vice President of Manufacturing at the American Bank Note Company, the firm that printed currency for...
Look at those buildings! Man, even the factories look kick-ass. What I wouldn't do for an old 1800 factory building. You know the kind of live stream content I could create in one of those? I'll have more cameras in that than Epstein. Walking around, pretend like you guys aren't watching. But knowing you are, hoping you are, like nothing more sad than having a content house and no one's tuning in, except fire. Ooh, do those catch fire? Oh wait, and they're made to withstand. No, except for fire. These buildings, I thought these buildings are meant to withstand fire too. No. They even did it on a slope, or is that 1 point perspective that it's like making me think that the sun's setting. They're even trying to take our 1 point perspective away from us. Okay. Trying to tell us the sun sets. Okay. I need a 1 point perspective in the house. Okay. But yeah, these things would be just a pain to heat. Actually, they might be easier to heat. Might be able to contain the heat better.
Over 100 countries. So 3 generations, defense, intelligence, and currency? Before she even married Charlie Kirk, Erica was in the entertainment industry. Miss Arizona USA 2012, a Trump-owned pageant. She's even in a country music video. She worked as a model, an actress, and a casting director in New York and China. At 24, she appeared in an EMP documentary alongside former CIA Director James Woolsey, so in her mother's exact field. She starred in an unreleased film called November Renaissance about nanotechnology, mind control, and programmed assassins. Parts of that film were shot at Fort Huachuca, the same military intelligence base where the mother has DoD contracts. Right country, right target. The CIA can time travel, but the idea that Project Monarch is happening right now, affecting every single American, is completely insane, right?
Come on.
The thing is, what if this is beyond Erica? Imagine being born into this system. And I'm not saying she's innocent.
I'm pretty sure that there's many things beyond Erica. Okay. Oh God, please let there be things beyond Erica Kirk. All right, I need a little bit of mystery in my life. Okay, this is so obvious. Anyone that looks at this hooch, okay, this chud, this sub-dwelling beast. Okay, this is if you find this attractive, okay, this is yeah. I mean, I'm not even saying I mean, and well, tattoo, you can. It's kind of hard now not to. Not to have people with tattoos, but you know, if you're looking like this, folks, please don't show off your French tip nails. Wearing pink. What is this? Oh my God. This is a music video? And in her music video, she's like, I'm getting married. I signed marriage. Who would marry that?
I'm just saying, I think
like she would be one that she wouldn't even be like waiting for you to open the door for her. Okay, she would be the one that just opens the door, walks past you, and just kind of closes the door. Doesn't even like kind of hold the door on the way out. I mean, because you can just kind of go on your own and just walk out a door without having the door be open for you or open the door for other people. But if you walk out the door and then someone's right behind you and you just let that door close, you are Erica Kirk. And especially if they're within your own party that you're with. And especially if you do it to the person that you're married to. So you know she'd been walking outdoors and let those doors close as Charlie's like right behind her and bumps into it like a Sleepy Joe behind him. No, I'm sure Charlie deserves it. Texting Mikey. He's like, sorry, Mikey, Erica's not asleep yet. I really miss you, Mikey McCullen.
And I'm not saying she's innocent. I'm just saying, I think you and Erica have more in common than you realize.
Oh.
You both came through the same pipeline.
Yep. And she's got a handler husband. Allegedly. And they're on the same same campaign, same everything.
You want to solve this? The documents are here. The EFTA IDs are on the screen. And it's not from Germany. Not time travel. If you're free to follow where they actually go, follow them. Now let me show you the real Looking Glass. A modern 2026 example of how Project Monarch is happening today. This is why we need to keep this knowledge alive. It's time to wake up. Once you see the blueprint, you can't ever go back. Have you guys been seeing Alyssa Liu?
Nope.
At first, honestly, I thought nothing of it. She has good energy, it was a creative performance. I mean, there's no reason to deny that.
Never seen her before in my life.
She just won gold at the 2026 Winter Olympics.
Never seen one thing from the Olympics.
First American woman to win individual figure skating gold in over 20 years.
I didn't see one single second, not 1 minute from an Olympic broadcast. As a matter of fact, I think I live streamed during the Super Bowl without knowing that the Super Bowl was happening. There's another major event that occurred too that I was completely unaware of because I'm living under a rock apparently. Didn't realize that this valley is so deep. So deep. I've yet to peak. Okay, I thought Silicon Valley was mountainous. I'm in the bunker.
So this is going viral right now, but I want to talk about the gala performance. This is the one that's really going viral. I'm sure you guys have seen it. The one that gets the edits.
Nope.
She skated to Stateside by Pink Panthers, and she copied the choreography from the music video. Notice the blue dress. Her name is Alyssa. 5 letters. That's etymologically linked to Alice. Now you may think that's a reach. Well, let's do a breakdown of Pink Panthers' new Stateside video. Because by the end of this video, it will be clear as day. So this is what America represents. This is literally happening right now. This is what we're promoting at the Olympics? If you don't believe it, go watch the stateside video if you haven't. Pink Panthers is presented as a sexualized robotic doll, posed behind glass in a shop window, on display, lifeless until the music starts.
That's what the whole Barbie thing was too. The matriarchal revolution in a little package. It ain't ever gonna happen. Okay? You can take that matriarchy and shove it up your man-made vagina. No, please don't get crude with your political movements. But we ain't having it. Okay? Stop leading. We don't need a leading lady. Okay? Women, follow. Stop leading. Oh, I'm going to lose my audience. No, please, seriously. What are you guys doing? I mean, you want to rule the world? Do you? You want to take on Saddam? No, we need leaders, folks. Please, women, step up. You're slacking. I thought we were done with this objectification. Okay. Even in a mockery form. It's like them trying to throw racism back in the mix after it's already been through so many reformations. Okay, like our society has already gone through all this, so we're not objectifying women anymore. We're not racist. We're not, like we've gone beyond all this. Thanks for hanging out, Jesus. We've been but yet they present it like this is how things are. I need some Americana back, okay? We're losing our culture for consumerism. Okay, our culture isn't consumerism or capitalism. Actually, don't be part of culture at all, okay? It's an ever rotating incubus. Or not incubus. What are the little beast things?
Guys, this is clearly MK Ultra. You know what to look for now that I showed you in part 4. If you're in denial, go watch part 4 first.
I don't know, I kind of, the lipstick's kind of, it's different.
The thing is they've gotten way better at hiding it. But still, they're just too on the nose. This is Alice programming. You see the checkerboard floor? 2 secret pillars? They know you know. They're just being more creative with it. Taking you behind the veil.
Well, I wouldn't say they're being more creative with it. They're not being more creative with it. They're being more campaign with it. This is marketing campaign PR shit. Nothing very creative about it at all.
Instead of black and white for the checkerboard, they did red and white, and the black and white instead gets added to the cross. Notice the keys in the background. It's the same symbolism, they're just using proxy swapping. Regardless, this is clearly sexualized. What's the issue? The issue is the sexualized doll imagery mixed with MK Ultra imagery, and it's being promoted to young women through Alyssa. They're seeing
And Sophia, the robot?
a song, and subconsciously, they are programmed, but the surface level personality is not aware of it. In the room, there are several phallic symbols. And notice the blue star. Now you may think that's a reach if I told you that's hinting towards the blue butterfly.
Now, this kind of reminds me of Saved by the Bell. I wonder if there's really crazy imagery in the old Saved by the Bell. Sure, a lot of triangles. Well, that looks like a pizza right there. With toppings scattered everywhere. Oh my, how old were they? That can't be legal. Oh, there's a spiral. It's basically Pizzagate. Look at that. That basically looks like a slice of pizza.
Now you may think that's a reach if I told you that's hinting towards the blue butterfly. But wait. This entire music video is disorienting, fast-paced flashes, and subliminal sexual imagery that you can only see frame by frame, like with this blonde on the pole. Go watch the video, that's only up for a few frames. Is it right? I don't know. Yeah, you're taking my control. Listen to the lyrics. They're telling you, literally, girls being trafficked around the world.
As I'm saying, it's so literal now. It's not creative. That's why I really think it's a psyop from another country that doesn't know the tropes, or it's just an AI script that's feeding this, and then they're just using that of what could destroy American civilization. Well, first attack the base reality by saying men can get pregnant. What? That's crazy. No one would ever believe that. Well, you first have to question if they're even in the right body. Well, how do you do that? Have them I was gonna have them listen to Jordan Peterson. I don't know. It many ways to become a soy boy.
Mind-controlled sex slaves with alters, hidden personalities, aka Project Monarch. That's what this video is encoded with. This blonde woman, Zara, represents Pink Panther's alter trigger ego. When activated, she becomes Alice. Notice all the postcards. The postcards? Those are the real story. She's being pushed around the world. This is the American dream? The lyrics aren't even that coded. She opens freezing outside. Her coat, her identity, her cover is inside.
So now, is the ice skater, is this same person, or did the ice skater do the music of this pop star? Okay, Alyssa Liu skating to stateside. It's pure main character energy. I hate that term too. Always got main character energy. Yeah. It's my world, not yours. Oh, but you got to be the sacrificial lamb of your own life. It's got to be about other people that you have no idea, that you know nothing about. That it's like, what? No, sacrifice your life for. No, please be the main character of your own life. Okay, you're having politicians be your show's main character. And yet, turn the channel. Channel me. Yeah, I channel MJ. That's a tired MJ. No, I'm never tired. I don't want to wake you guys, okay? Got to keep those average view hours up. She dresses like a homeless black man. Oh, she's got the like Billie Eilish style. Ugh, I hate that. So gross. I can't believe people wear like just the big heavy, like, you know, big old baggy pants and big old baggy hoodie and drape. Like, I tell you what you're not going to be doing in that thing is working first. Second of all, you're not going to be exerting any energy or increasing your heart rate to any degree. You will not be able to even sprint walk like they do early in the mornings in the mall. And a Billie Eilish style, let alone run. Okay, so you're meant just to sit and stay put and sit on a couch and talk to your therapist. Okay, that's therapist. Bending my knee up to my chest, putting my feet on the couch to discuss your disassociative issues with you not being able to connect to the world attire, okay? And then the fake like, haha, yeah, just gonna. She did a full back bend. Billie Eilish. How can you do a back bend but look like you can't even lift your thigh?
She left it behind. She's exposed. She's going stateside, flying to America for a guy. But it's stateside. She's entering a new state of mind. And they connect the two on purpose. You can be my American. Who's the American? She's British, being transported. The American is the handler. She wants him to be her identity anchor. I tracked your plane ride for when you're in tonight. She's monitoring his flight schedule? That's subject tracking before the handler's arrival. Never been abroad before. No, I'm not.
She's going to be 40 pounds overweight by the time she's 25. Okay.
Knocking through your door. Naivety. First time crossing. No one treats me this way. That's the recruitment line. The grooming. Are all boys out here the same?
Yes, Fisk. Good. Great point. Yeah, pop culture girls are banged out by execs. Yeah. They're just the little side pieces. And they just got, oh, okay. And they all look like that too. This has got my beard parting. Okay, I'm just like, can't believe how messed up the world is. Put some clothes on. Why don't you look like Mulan? Okay, I don't need a, like a, whoever the director was for Christmas, Nightmare Before Christmas. Barton, what's his name? Baron? No. Was it? Tim Burton. Okay, I don't need a Tim Burton doll. Now Jasmine? Okay, But Pocahontas? Okay. We need some warriors.
That's the recruitment line. The grooming. Are all boys out here the same? Yeah, because it's not about individual men. It's a system. And she's flying intercontinental. Not just to America, across the continents. They had the audacity to make Alyssa dance this in front of millions of people. Don't believe it? Then explain to me why this video is filled with butterflies. You can't run from it. This is Project Monarch. At the 1 minute mark, the entire music video gets flooded with butterflies. Right around the time, the blonde girl comes in. Alice, the trigger personality. Her altar for her sexual doll state. That's not metamorphosis. That's mind control symbolism. Don't you get it? This is so much bigger than just the files. This is the mass sexual programming of women. A girl named Alyssa, Alice in a blue dress, with striped hair, at the most watched sporting event on Earth, performing a song built around sexual monarch control. And the entire world watched it and applauded. She's so amazing. That shows you how layered this is. This isn't new. It's been in your face for over 60 years. Alice programming. However, what you just saw with Pink Panthers belongs to a specific category of programming. The Alice programming has a wide range of application, but for sex programming, the internet has a specific name for this type of programming. It's called kitten programming. The programming has a hierarchy, like a monarch, not just for the masses, but also for celebrities. Let's start with the first mind-controlled celebrity, Marilyn Monroe. Now what's interesting is, this personality was an entirely separate being from Norma Jean Mortensen. She referred to Marilyn in the third person. She said Marilyn would appear when she chose to let her out. It seems quite clear, even with the information available to the public, that she was exploited and subjected to mind control by powerful handlers. To what degree is for you to decide? In her youth, there were reports that she was SA'd as a teenager and forced to move out. This is around the age of 11. Now this isn't evidence, but I thought it was strange. There are some photos online of her as a child, with people describing it as a very Alice-like dress. It's not an Alice dress, but it's similar. Before she was famous, she worked at a burlesque house in Los Angeles. Anton LaVey, who would later found the Church of Satan, was the house musician. His own biography documents the relationship. Basically, the conspiracy community believes that Anton was a Hollywood programmer, and he did the same thing with Jane Mansfield, who was known as the working man's Marilyn Monroe. Interestingly, both Monroe and Mansfield were a part of a Blue Book model agency. Blue Book. So she was recruited as a model.
Some people are saying this.
Martin Scorsese used to be the high priest of the LA group, but 6 years ago he was replaced by Jim Carrey. And, I was just so shocked when I heard that Jim Carrey was involved with the whole thing. I guess the real Jim Carrey was in Living Color, and somewhere after leaving Living Color, joined the Satanism sect of Hollywood, got demons to help him become a better actor and more funny. And so now when you see him acting out his comedian roles, you're seeing the demons that he has work through him. Jim Carrey's daughter was is joining American Idol show. I didn't even know he had a daughter. And she wasn't that fantastic of a singer, I guess. But you know what? When the whole season starts with American Idol, like they're going to say no. Okay, everybody knows who Jim Carrey is. He's the high priest of L.A. His daughter wants on American Idol. She's getting on American Idol. I would have died laughing if one of them had said no. That would have shown kahunas. So wasn't shocked to find out the number 2 guy behind Jim Carrey in Hollywood is Robert Shapiro, O.J. Simpson, one of his top attorneys. He's the number 2 guy in Hollywood. And also that Al Gore spent a lot of time with the satanic groups in Hollywood. Because he wants attention. He wants media attention. Whenever he comes out with something stupid like global warming or something totally false and made up and imaginable, he'll get all the media attention he wants for it because he rubs shoulders and eats poop with all these people in Hollywood. Because I asked, what group does he go to? Chicago or Texas or D.C.? And I was told he goes out to L.A. I was shocked. And so, there's big groups everywhere. The Satanists have groups in every city. If you're in New York, you're going to answer to George Soros. He's the high priest in New York.
Who's the puppet master? George Soros.
So, George, Glenn Beck has been on this kick that you are actually the mastermind who is trying to bring down the American government.
Of the satanic.
Look at that Joker face. Whoa.
And a cult there. It's George Soros, who's replaced David Rockefeller because David Rockefeller is getting too ill. So now you have George Soros, who's the high priest of New York City. If you go to Chicago, you're going to answer to Penny Pritzker. If you go to San Francisco, you're going to answer to Nancy Pelosi. If you go to Texas, you're going to answer to John Paul DeJoria. And so, in L.A., it's Jim Carrey. When you're in a group, you have someone you answer to. John Paul DeJoria in Texas, everybody will know who he is when I mention this. He's the one behind Paul Mitchell Hair Products. In fact, he was a business partner with, I don't know if it was Paul Mitchell direct or that him and his business partner created Paul Mitchell Products. But he killed his partner when he realized how wealthy he could get over these products. And so he's behind all the Paul Mitchell Hair Salon products. He's also behind the Patron Ultra Tequila, some kind of tequila alcohol that's out, tequila products. He's also behind the Patron Ultra Tequila, some kind of tequila alcohol that's out. And so he's made billions off of hair products and tequila. And he is the high priestess of Texas. What's interesting about Texas is that Joel Osteen was just nominated, I guess promoted to be the spirit counselor for the Houston area. And I've told you all these religious people are Satanists, folks, and it's Paul White and Joel Osteen both are spirit counselors for their areas, for their area groups, and they're the ones that are in charge of recruiting and keeping tabs on people inside the group. They help run the group's day-to-day operations. They talk to spirits about what people inside the group are doing. If you're in a satanic group or brotherhood or whatever part, they keep tabs on you 24/7. There are demons who watch you. And if you're not doing something that would please Satan, they report you to people that are in your occultic group. And so, Joel Osteen would be the one that these demons go to and say, hey, this woman over here, she's not doing enough dirty, evil deeds. And then Joel could report that to the high priest or priestess, and that woman would be in trouble. I mean, you're not free in these things. You're very tightly controlled and watched. And like I said, everybody has a ministry. So this is Joel Osteen's ministry for Satan, being a spirit counselor within the occultic group. And remember, they don't call demons friendly spirits. Or demons. They call them friendly spirits. No surprise. And no one knows how to use demons more than Joel Osteen does. Kenneth Copeland, all of them involved. They all just basically sit back and watch because they've already been through the ranks. already at the top, and they move over to give other people access to positions. I mean, you don't get much worse when you're already so far up at the top that you hear from Satan direct himself. I mean, because I was asking, well, why aren't Bill Clinton or George Bush or Hillary Clinton or Dick Cheney, why aren't these people priestesses, high priests and high priestesses? It's because they already hear from Satan direct. He already speaks to them directly, so they don't have to be a high priest or high priestess. He speaks to them directly and tells them what to do. They take their orders directly from Satan. If you're in an occultic group, you take your orders from the high priest or high priestess, and he doesn't think you've sacrificed enough. There was a conversation where Jim occultic group directly from Satan. If you're in an occultic group, you take your orders from the high priest or high priestess, and he doesn't think you've sacrificed enough. There was a conversation where Jim Carrey told John Travolta he didn't have enough sacrifice. So he told him he had to sacrifice his son or his wife, and made John Travolta choose between his son or his wife. One of them was going to be sacrificed. So what did we hear about 2 or 3 years ago? We heard about how his son fell in the bathroom on vacation and died.
Martin Short's daughter, Catherine Short, recently passed away at the age of 42. Just last week. Real, yeah. A little bit somehow connected with Conan. And Conan lost his mother and father really close together. Much like the Reiners. And there's even some kind of weird joke that Conan O'Brien had with what's his name? The Well, there's some kind of joke that they were having, that Conan O'Brien was having with the Hangover, guy from Hangover, and that Jack Horseman cartoon. Oh, what's his name? Just had it. He was in oh man. What was that? Arrested Development. David Arquette? No, not David Arquette. Will Arnett. So, get this. He killed my dad. They're like, ha 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 ha.
This happened last year. This is a true story. So this has to do with your Christmas party. Mm-hmm.
Okay, whoa, Christmas party. The Christmas party that Nick Reiner was at? When was this video made? $2025. Okay, yeah, so last Christmas. When was okay, Rob Reiner's death was 2014, 2005, 25. In their home in Brentwood. Okay. On December 14th, 2025, American filmmaker Rob Reiner and his wife, photographer and producer Michelle Singer Reiner, were found dead with multiple sharp force injuries in their home in Brentwood. Their son Nick Reiner was arrested later that day on suspicion of murder. Okay. Now, this was filmed 2000 December 10th? Wait, hold on. So just a few days before Rob Reiner's death? Folks, are we discovering something here? Take a listen to this and tell me what you think. Let me see if
this happened last year. This is a true story.
Oh, last year. So he's saying this happened last year. And this was December 10th, 2025. So they're saying that this was 2024. However, this was a few days before essentially what had happened to Nick Reiner. The same thing happened to Conan O'Brien, where he lost both of his parents within just a few short days, I guess. So that, and the way that Will Arnett's looking, and he's like playing cover, yeah, there's just something a little bit strange about it. So you guys listen to this and let me know what you think about this. And this, again, was filmed 4 days before Rob Reiner and his wife were murdered allegedly by their son, which was at a Conan O'Brien Christmas party. So they're about to have a Christmas party within a few days of this shooting right here. Because they were murdered pretty much the same day of Conan O'Brien's Christmas party. They were all there. And there was something was said. Conan O'Brien and Hader, or what's his name? The Saturday Night Live guy who does all the accents, or all the impressions. Bill Hader. There was something happening with Nick and Bill Hader and Conan O'Brien. And then shortly after, they were found dead. So now here is just a few days before this occurred. They are going to tell a story that had happened a year before this.
So this has to do with your Christmas party. This happened last year. This is a true story. So this has to do with your Christmas party. Years go by. Jason never gets invited to Conan's Christmas party. Did you guys know about this?
I didn't know.
And he like set up his phone like he's filming himself when he's about to do it.
So this has to do with your Christmas. This happened last year. This is a true story. So this has to do with your Christmas party. Years go by. Jason never gets invited to Conan's Christmas party. Did you guys know about this?
I didn't know.
And he's brought it up before, right? Maybe when he came on the show, did he bring it up?
I think so.
Well, I know you and Sean pretty well.
Yeah.
I don't know Jason
You don't know
as
as
well.
So, but a couple times it's coincided multiple times with another mutual friend of ours' Christmas party.
Yeah.
And so,
And let's be fair, she's a massive star.
she's a massive star.
Massive star. I mean, there's she's a couple of clicks above me, and I give that up. She should be.
But your party is very well attended. It's
Yes.
a very ritzy affair.
Yeah.
A lot of glossy names.
Yeah. Yeah.
So people often go either to Conan's first and then this person's, or vice versa. So people are coming and going from this other person. So a bunch of times I've gone to Conan's and then I've gone over there, and Bateman's like, "Did you guys just come from Conan's?" Like, yeah. He's like, "What the fuck?" And he's so mad that he hasn't been invited.
Yeah.
Makes a big deal about it.
And then when I heard that he was mad,
So
I kind of didn't want to invite him to keep it going.
well, even worse, we did the live Smartless show in Boston. Conan came out. Jason gave you shit in front of a live audience that you did, and you said
in my hometown,
in your hometown, and you said for sure next year, and then the next year you did not invite him. Right?
Right.
It was epic.
Right.
And no,
So he's like, "Oh, you didn't invite me." Oh, great. What were they? Oh, they're gonna. I gotta take this video down. They're gonna hit me with it. So take a look at this interview, and it looks like Will Arnett is actually kind of playing cover for Jason Bateman, and they're trying to fill in the plot holes as to why Jason Bateman's never at the parties. Well, maybe he's doing something else. Maybe this is the witching hour where they go out and do their sacrifices. I mean, he looks like he's trying to summon a demon right now. So they're like, yeah, I mean, like, how are we going to figure out a way to, make it seem that, of course, Conan would invite Jason Bateman. Well, let's make it a joke that he doesn't, and then that way he's never at the party and can never be tied to Conan. All right, but what they say is basically either his mother or father passed away. One of them passed away, and there's this text exchange, like saying something like, "Yeah, Bateman killed my father," and he didn't he didn't finish with my mother or something like that. And Will Arnett was texting them back and forth. But again, it sounds like they're playing cover for these, trying to find a way to explain these very odd text messages that they did a year prior. So they're making up this whole, haha, isn't that funny kind of story. Check it out. I can't play it because I already got a warning. But it was related to the Christmas party. It had to do with Conan, had to do with Conan's both of his parents, and a year later, someone else lost both of their parents. And then, there's been several people who have lost their children recently. There's a few of them. And quite a few other celebrity deaths.
Take note of that because this story is the same story. Blue Book model agent. Interestingly, both Monroe and Mansfield were a part of a Blue Book model agency. Blue Book. So she was recruited as a model. Take note of that because this story is the same story. And from there, they completely transformed her. Look at the before and after.
Oh, and that's when they go platinum. They get the platinum hair when they go platinum. That's Pete Davidson, Bieber, Eminem, Shia LaBeouf, I think went platinum for a while.
Her whole aesthetic changed. And now she has the platinum blonde, right?
Platinum.
The first dumb blonde. You don't think that was by design? The gentlemen prefer blondes, right?
Oh
The
yeah.
full Monroe story is insane. By the mid-1950s, Monroe...
I like them rainbow. No, please, no rainbow. I like all the colors. Like a very colorful palette of hair color.
Monroe's world had narrowed to 4 people. Her acting coach, Lee Strasberg, 3 psychiatrists, Margaret Hohenberg, Marianne Criss, and Ralph Greenson. Her housekeeper even described her days as her doctor's appointments and her acting lessons were virtually all she had to look forward to.
Oh, man.
So contact with her biological family was blocked. Relatives who tried to reach her returned away. The visits escalated in frequency, and she deteriorated. When she died in August 1962, her estate was distributed as follows. Lee Strasberg, 75%, Dr. Marianne Criss, 25%. Her will was contested by her longtime business manager on grounds of undue influence, but the challenge failed. The people who isolated her, controlled her, and ran her sessions legally owned her in death. But this is the crazy part. She actually left a document, and it's called The Surgeon Story. Apparently she wrote it herself, and it's in poem form. Some describe it as a nightmare, but her family researcher describes it as her account of a programming session with Strasberg and Hohenberg specifically. Read what she wrote. Best finest surgeon, Strasberg, to cut me open, which I don't mind since Dr. H has prepared me, given me anesthetic. She doesn't mind? She's been prepared. That's compliance language, not nightmare language. Everything in the room is white. In fact, I can't see anyone, just white objects. And there's absolutely nothing there. The only thing that came out was so finely cut sawdust, like out of a Raggedy Ann doll. The patient existing of complete emptiness. sawdust where a soul should be. She writes about herself as a doll, complete emptiness. In 1961, Dr. Chris convinced Monroe to check into Paint Whitney's psychiatric ward. She was told it was for rest. Well, it was a locked ward. She actually wrote to Greenson from inside, saying, "I felt I was in some kind of prison for a crime I hadn't committed." When she wouldn't comply, 2 men and 2 women carried her by all fours to the 7th floor. She was the world's most famous woman in a padded cell, put there by the psychiatrist who would inherit 25% of her estate. But there's one more insane detail. Monroe had 2 failed pregnancies. The official account is miscarriage. In Lena Pepitoni's book, Marilyn's own words tell a different story. Quote, "Don't take my baby." So they take my baby from me, and I never saw it again. End quote.
Wow.
Does that remind you of anything?
Yeah, exactly.
Remember part 1? So let's break down more celebrities with this power.
So he's referring to there being these cryptic messages that one of the survivors had sent, had created, and
end quote. Does that
and put it in this this type of hidden message. I forgot what they called it, like the horizontal or the diagonal fence thing or something. It's supposed to read kind of like this, something like, I don't know. It's supposed to go up and down like that, diagonally. But apparently they're saying that that they took her baby. So they, I'm not your personal incubator. So they use these women as breeders, incubators.
So let's break down more celebrities with this pattern. Step 1, discover.
And that's what I think that the contracts are that women sign when they marry Tom Cruise. They have to bear him like 2 children. One for them and then one for the cult. Allegedly. Or 3. They get the firstborn and then they get the rest.
By a handler figure at a young age. Step 2, construction of a named persona, a separate identity with its own name, its own costume, its own behavioral profile.
But virgin.
Step 3, a butterfly and/or Alice symbolism appears, and the branding, the tattoos, the album artwork, the imagery, it shows up after the handler relationship is established. Step 4, a public dissolution, a breakdown, a hospitalization, a very visible unraveling. Step 5, institutionalization, conservatorship, legal control, or even death. The butterfly marks step 3.
Oh yeah. He be looking different. It's like, no, I'm just gaining weight because of the medication I'm on. Oh, really?
Or even death. The butterfly marks step 3. Not freedom, containment at peak control. Here are the most famous women in the music industry that you all know who fit this pattern exactly. Whitney Houston was signed at 19 by Clive Davis, who kept a controlling hand in her career for decades. She had a suspicious death in a bathtub at the Beverly Hilton in 2012. And that night, a Grammy party was already running at the same hotel. It continued as scheduled. Her daughter, Bobby Christina, was found in a bathtub 3 years later. Mariah Carey signed to Columbia Records at 18, and she later called it a music prison. Security cameras in every room, armed guards, zero freedom, total control of her image. She named the estate where she was kept Sing Sing, and when she finally left, she named her comeback album.
I forgot Mariah Carey looked like this.
Sing Sing, and when
I remember. Oh my god. That's so funny. When was that? 99? Yeah. This whole, midriff millennials. They were like Britney Spears and Mariah and Beyonce were all showing their belly buttons. Okay, go. Don't show the belly buttons, no. And like the No Doubt girl doing push-ups on stage with her wife beater. Gwen Stefani. Woo, Gwen Stefani. The Athletic.
she finally left, she named her comeback album Butterfly.
Ooh.
And
that's what Katy Perry did after she went up in the Bezos blimp. It's like, I'm releasing the album Monarch. Oh. Lame. It's too obvious.
I don't know the Britney Spears story. Well, she got a butterfly tattoo in 2003. She described herself, at the height of her commercial control, as a sort of child robot. Beyonce publicly named a second personality she accesses on stage. She called it Sasha Fierce. And she described exactly how the switch works. Usually, when I hear the chords, when I put on my stilettos, then Sasha Fierce appears, in my posture and the way I speak, and everything is different. Rihanna was 16 when Jay-Z signed her to Def Jam. Under my umbrella? Do you see the meaning? In Miley Cyrus. This is probably one of the best Monarch examples if you know her full history. Obviously, she's Hannah Montana. That's her Alice. Stefani Germanotta has an entire hierarchy of altars. Her music videos contain clear occult symbolism. Her performing altar is called Lady Gaga, and above that, she's Mother Monster. So an entity that sits above the performer. She literally tells you, go rewatch Bad Romance. The music video shows an asset kidnapped, drugged, and sold to a buyer. Over 1 billion views. Kesha's case is the most legally documented handler-asset relationship in recorded music history. Her 2017 album Rainbow ends in butterfly imagery. Nicki Minaj has a male alter she calls Roman Zelensky. In 2012, she also released a song called Marilyn Monroe, and the video shows her embodying Monroe. Taylor Swift built a decade-long persona as the innocent country pop girl next door. In 2017, she staged its murder. The Look What You Made Me Do video opens in a graveyard, a birdcage, a clone tower of all prior Taylor cells, each one eliminated. The bridge is the direct announcement.
What was the Sandra Bullock movie, Birdcage, with them being blindfolded? What was that movie about? That have some MK Ultra undertones. Never saw it.
The old Taylor can't come to the phone right now. Why? 'Cause she's dead. 1 billion views. Billie Eilish. She released her first single at 14, was signed to Interscope at 15, and was 17.
I can't stand those Sudoku eyes. This seeing way too much white underneath the bottom. The abused look. The
first single at 14.
Wherever that. Okay, that's psycho. Those are psycho eyes. And your psychosis has come from being abused. You know, then if you got white on the top, then that means you're psychotic and you want to abuse someone. I don't know the exact meaning of them, but look it up. It's wild.
Friend was shot. In it, multiple sets of hands in black rubber gloves inject unlabeled syringes into her spine. She's dragged across the floor. The song is written from the perspective of the monster under your bed. Melanie Martinez. She built her entire career on this template. The Crybaby album in 2015. Then in 2019, K-12, children sent to a facility where they're medicated, monitored, and shaped. Checkerboard floors throughout. Wide Awake from Katy Perry. Is that an inversion of Eyes Wide Shut? 2012. Over 1 billion views. In the video is an explicit Alice in Wonderland sequence. A Wonderland maze. A child self waiting inside. Poison fruit. A mirror. And then a butterfly garden. Rihanna, S&M, 2011. Checkerboard rooms. A handler leash. Bondage throughout. Banned in 11 countries. This mind control destroys the sacred feminine within the female victim, turning them into nothing more than a piece of meat. Is this what America stands for? It's not just women either. Men have gone through beta programming as well. Think about it. She named herself after the agency. Candace Intelligence Agency. The crew neck is $60. Okay, but who's her husband? Her husband's closest friend is Andrew Tate. Probably the second most famous accused trafficker in the world. There's a photo of Farmer and Tate on the wall of Tate's Romanian mansion. So they're friends. Well, Tate's father was a US Air Force intelligence linguist at Field Station Berlin, part of the Five Eyes Echelon network. He publicly claimed CIA.
He's got sugar in his tank.
Andrew moved to Romania. And when the charges came out, they went, and an entire movement was built. The old self dies. Community replaces family. Hierarchy with levels you ascend. Chemical modification. And at the top, the monarch. The red pill pipeline. It's the same architecture. It's just for men. Want to be in the club? Want to be the top G? And by the way, this isn't a beta male take.
Pick me.
The irony is, red pill content is actual MK Ultra beta programming. I'm just giving you the esoteric take. And it doesn't stop there. It's all over Hollywood. The Manchurian Candidate is the best example to start with. What's insane is the first version even tells you that this is Alice programming. So it's undeniable. That's the template. If you want to see this clearly, then watch the 2004 version. A politician engineered to become president with no knowledge that he's been programmed. One phrase spoken aloud, and he's gone. A separate personality surfaces, carrying separate memories, executing instructions the primary identity will never remember receiving. The 2004 version was science fiction. The original is based on real MK Ultra history. Silence of the Lambs, 1991. The cover is a death-head hawk moth covering a woman's mouth. A young woman being conditioned, shaped, and used by an older male genius who understands the human mind at a level no one else does. He gives her information in exchange for pieces of herself. That's the handler dynamic. Dollhouse, 2009. Human beings with their personalities wiped and reprogrammed for clients, given
Yikes.
names from the Neophonetic alphabet. Alpha, Sierra, Victor, Echo, and they don't know their own triggers. Fox canceled it after 1 season.
Oh.
Black Swan, 2010. A dancer loses herself in a role, and a second personality emerges that can do things her primary self cannot. Special abilities.
Yeah.
The transformation is treated as an achievement. Nita's bedroom has butterfly posters and a white rabbit next to the window. Those aren't random design choices. A Clockwork Orange, 1971, Kubrick. The government straps Alex down, forces his eyes open, drugs him, and subjects him to aversion conditioning until his personality is fundamentally altered.
It's basically
They
like
don't
TikTok.
punish him, they reprogram him. And Kubrick showed you the exact method, step by step.
TikTok's turning the kids trans, folks. Allegedly. That's what's happening right there. And you have your kids watch TikTok. I mean kids. Okay. Just and Karens.
That was 1971.
I mean, this is me when every morning when I put in my blue eye contacts. This is what I got to do because I hate touching my eyeball. My eyelids won't allow it. They instinctually know that no phalange should get close to my pupils. And so I gotta pry them open.
2 years before MK Ultra was officially ended. The Butterfly Effect, 2004. A man discovers he has suppressed entire traumatic episodes from his childhood with no conscious memory of them. When he learns to access those memories, he finds versions of himself that he never knew existed. The whole film is built on one idea.
Yuck.
The childhood events you don't remember are the ones shaping everything. Okay, now there are so many more, literally in the hundreds. We're not going to break it all down right now. We're just going to go straight to the movie that lays it all out for you, because there's always a movie that lays it all out. Sure, you could say that all of this was just creative design choices. And sure, let's admit that the butterfly is a popular design. Absolutely. We can acknowledge that, while also being fair. Let me show you a movie that straight up tells you the secret.
Do it.
I'm not the one telling you. This movie did it in 1973. You know what it's called? Papillon. Steve McQueen. It's the French word for butterfly.
Oh.
On the surface, it's a prison escape film. A man wrongly convicted, shipped to a penal colony in French Guiana, who spends the entire film trying to break free. Most people who watch this film walk away thinking it's about the human spirit that can't be caged. The butterfly is the man who survives. That's been the standard reading for 50 years. But the film tells you something else entirely if you listen to what the characters actually say. 37 minutes in, another prisoner explains the local economy. There is a species of butterfly on the island called the blue morphus.
Oh, the blue
Prisoners
one.
catch them, and a man named Richter buys them from the guards. The butterfly's wings, okay, and this is a direct quote from the film, are used for dye in making American currency.
Whoa.
So the prisoners catch the butterflies, the operator sells them, the guards get their cut, and the product becomes American money.
Whoa.
Now look who's catching them. Papillon, a man with a butterfly tattoo on his chest. a man who was convicted for killing a pimp. His stated crime is literally eliminating a handler in the trafficking world. And his partner, Dega, is a counterfeiter of government bonds. The author Henri Charrière later admitted that
George
Dega
Floyd?
never actually existed. He made him up. Dega is an alter, a second personality invented by the primary to handle the money, to provide the cover story, to be the face that interacts with the system while the operator stays hidden behind it. This is coded monarch programming, and Charrière told us himself that he created one. In the place they sent him to break his mind, it's called Devil's Island. That's where the facility is, and the warden spells it out. We are not priests, we are processors. A meat packer processes live animals into edible ones. We process dangerous men into harmless ones. This we accomplish by breaking you physically, spiritually, and here. Then he points to his head, his mind, his identity. That's monarch programming.
Public school system.
In a Hollywood film released in 1973. The same year, CIA Director Richard Helms ordered the destruction of all MKUltra files. So, a man with a butterfly on his chest catches blue butterflies that become American money. His financial partner is a fabrication. The facility that holds him openly describes itself as a processing operation designed to break the human mind. The blue butterflies are the product. The operator's the one with the mark? So is the movie called Butterfly because he was released into the world with a tattoo that identifies what system made him? This film came out 53 years ago. How do you explain that? The blue Morphous butterfly funds the American dollar? What is this film actually saying? And if it is, what does that tell you about who's been catching them? There's another piece to this. The checkerboard floor. Go look at production design across major music videos from 1985 to 2010. The black and white checkerboard floor appears with a frequency that cannot be accidental. Madonna, Michael Jackson, Katy Perry, Britney Spears, countless more. The same visual across decades of elite entertainment production. This is obviously Masonic. It goes back to 1717, and the first codification of it in Masonic text is from 1727. It's the foundational floor of initiation. And it is the floor of the looking glass world in Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass. Alice steps through the mirror and enters a world organized as a chessboard. She's a pawn. The Red Queen tells her she starts on the second square, and if she reaches the 8th, she becomes a queen. So she doesn't pick her path, she gets moved from square to square, meeting whoever occupies that space, following rules she didn't write. The whole book is a chess game, and Alice is a piece in it. It's the Masonic initiation floor, Carol's chessboard. It's the same thing. The subject moves through a controlled grid and doesn't know who's playing. This is the Project Monarch template, and it goes back to 1865, when a mathematics professor at Oxford named Charles Ludwig Dodson, writing under the pen name Lewis Carroll, published a book for children. Carroll was a member of the Society for Psychical Research, an organization that formally investigated occult phenomena, theosophical claims, and paranormal experience. He owned dozens of texts from the occult tradition. The checkerboard in the Alice books, the Masonic mosaic pavement, was not a coincidence of the Victorian tile fashion. Carroll was a member of an institution that knew exactly what that floor meant. Aleister Crowley, who by the 1910s was running one of the most significant initiatory magical schools of the 20th century, made both Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass required reading for his initiates as sacred text, as maps of the initiatory process. What's interesting is mainstream academic psychology already agrees with this. They just never asked who might use that map on purpose, because they're not going to connect that Kathy O'Brien The woman who testified in 1995 about being inside the program breaks this down a little bit differently, as someone who was taken through it. But her breakdown doesn't use Jungian language, it uses programmer language. The rabbit hole is the induction sequence, the technique used to initiate the dissociative state. Going through the looking glass, the technique used to The rabbit hole is the induction sequence, the technique used to initiate the dissociative state. Going through the looking glass is the transition between the primary identity and the alter. The caterpillar asking, "Who are you?" is the identity dissolution stage, where the subject's sense of self is systematically destabilized before a new identity is constructed. The Red Queen is the punishing authority. The Mad Hatter is the handler. The Cheshire Cat is the controller behind the handler, the one who gives instructions and then disappears. She said this was not a metaphor. This is the literal template used across facilities across decades. The academics mapped it from the outside, but she described it from the inside.
And that's why it resonated so well, because it's got this archetypal themes and connections. It's been genetically embedded in us, and then they know our triggers. Okay, that's all these TV programs and movies used to put everyone in a trance, and now we're all distracted, and so they gotta like up the reaction in order to maintain the same kind of attention. They got to up the ante a bit, where you are the participant within this programming. We're no lot. The movie star is dead. Okay, it's us that is the actor within the program. And you'll put signs in your yard and go out to protest and do all sorts of things just based on what you saw. Imagine what you do when you hear things. And they used to at least put melody to it, but now because these people are so literal, they just hit you with tonal beeps that will just put you in a different, this is only a test. It's like, oh, how do they set the programming or it's pretty wild, just those old commercials that we used to have. Well, I mean, these new ones are insane, absolutely insane. But the old commercials, the tone you're about to hear is just a test from the emergency broadcast system. We are training our Manchurian candidates. It's like, they even played the national anthem at the end with jets flying and an eagle and a flag waving. Like at midnight, 11:30 midnight, they'll shut down program. There would be nothing on TV except for white noise, and I could finally speak to the people from the other side. It's through the white noise we can finally speak to Mother Earth. But they used to have the national anthem. But it was in a very like weird big band kind of way, where just like there's too many trumpets. It's like, hey, we need an orchestra here, not a marching band. I need to calm the nerves before bed. I'm not trying to get agitated right before I go to slumber. So they had a whole way to really program you really nicely. Really nicely. Now it just eats away at you like the forever chemicals in your clothing. Was it the Mormons that figured out the pajamas and the underwear? Are they the ones with the special protective underwear? It really does come down to the wardrobe. The Lion, the Witch, the wardrobe. But even the Bible has its thoughts on clothing. What kind of materials you should have on your body, because anything else actually diminishes energy, and it can actually cause death. Polyester is the clothing for the dead. Nothing but linen for miles. I need a nice linen. What's the other stuff that's really healthy for you? Please tell me hemp, because I know copper's good. But I remember there being some kind of survival island reality show kind of thing, and the guy made hemp clothing, and he's like, I made this and it's gonna outlast me. That's how we should be dressing. I need a nice button-down shirt and a 3-piece vest that I wear. I'm going full There Would Be Blood. I need those high boots tucked in my pants. My pants tucked into my high boots. It got me all dyslexic thinking about Daniel Day-Lewis. If I was quick with it, I would have switched his name up as if I was dyslexic. Daniel Lewis David. I can't. That's why, I'm a performer. He's a character treatise. And you're not gonna want to listen to what Johnny Depp has to say, but when he's in a character, it's fun. Okay. No matter how cool they're trying to make Johnny Depp. Okay. That's the biggest psyop that has ever been done to the world. Okay, not just American culture and the capture of the women's loosh for the when was it, the mid 90s. Okay, that was no man can look like him. Okay, even Leonardo DiCaprio tried. They all wanted to be like River Phoenix, And let me see if we get a shot of, but they're trying to be like River Phoenix. And Joaquin ain't having it, okay? And something happened at the Vipe Room, folks. Something very not right. And River Phoenix, it seems like he was taken out. A lot of things happen right before, during, and right after that. You know, you go back and take a look at that. It doesn't take too long to see the timeline, and maybe River Phoenix was basically a sacrifice. You know, there's a lot of musicians involved. You know, there's Johnny Depp was a manager there, or he was a bartender at the time. And yeah, it's not. So they believe that if you sacrifice the thing that you love the most, or the thing that you're trying to embody, maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's just what people have to end up doing in order to keep playing the game or something. I don't know. But you see that everyone's there's a lot of tragic things that are occurring in these actors' lives. Now everyone has tragedy and deaths in the family and unfortunate events. Yeah, a lot of people have that, but yeah, seems like a lot. Anyway, here we are. I'm rambling about River Phoenix, but something happened with River Phoenix that doesn't sit right, and even now things are coming out about Kurt Cobain that looked like foul play, obviously, but they're just now starting to be comfortable talking about it. So let these people create so they stop destroying so much. What's with the sacrificing? Seriously, is it the blood? Like they're obsessed with the blood. Even religions are about the blood of Jesus. Why is everyone talking about blood? Stop. Talk about 13 months, a year. Okay, 28 days a month. I like that stuff. Okay, stuff that helps us. But stop talking about sacrifices and blood and cannibalism. Now, it seems that every society gets to that point. So they tell us. But there's, landmarks that would say that these are, altars of sacrifice. And, they're saying that you look younger, right? Is that what's happening? That's how you get natural regenerative abilities or something, it's like, is that why the guy in the Temple of Doom? I'd like to go back and take a look at the Temple of Doom. Because, again, like all the things I did not see in the first watch of The Mask of the Zorro. You go back and look, you're like, oh God, this is we already talked about it, but it's a great movie. Good God, like I thought this was just kind of like a throwaway movie. Too young to understand. But you wish that there was movies made like that. Now, back then, I'm sure it was a massive production. It was. It was huge. It was huge. But, yeah. What's with the sacrifice? So, blood has DNA, and it does it have magnetic qualities too, or something? Where it can, almost like I had cut my hand last year. And it was at a point where I had blood running down my fingertips, and what I realized within a matter of minutes that it hardened. Okay, so then I had basically red fingernail polish on, and I'm like, oh wait, is this where fingernail polish, the idea of that came about, from fingers dipped in blood? Okay, not to get too graphic, but there's some kind of hardening platelet kind of process to it that people are making food out of manure. What are they making with blood? So why are they obsessed with? Because it attracts this kind of spiritual energy or something, like and that trauma, the whole dark, dark energy that act would do, you know, where you're, as far as a sacrifice thing, you know. Now if you're in a fight and you get banged up and you're bleeding and your adrenaline's going, and then okay, that's, you know, you're part of that process. That's, but it's the people who don't want to participate in that and then want it instantly. Without actually being able to physically house it. And fighters and athletes and everyone understands this kind of this mechanism or this machinery that you can create outside of yourself, like almost like a shield as you're stepping into a sport, or you can, you know, with that extra padding, really push yourself in ways that you wouldn't out in public, you know. But then they're in these, like, doing, you know, dark room sacrifices or so. I don't know. Oh, you know, trying to, I mean, just be a public performer, please. Okay, you'll get you get a much better energy. You don't need to be doing this kind of stuff. But it's appealing to, you know, to some people who want to create pain on people. Okay. Yeah. I suppose I think about there being pain on people quite a. No, I like getting kind of, you know, mildly roughed up. Okay, please don't be hitting me, folks. Okay, just give me a wave high and you know, please don't fight me. But I like, you know, I don't like fighting. I like a little, you know, rough housing, you know. People are so, you know, you gotta have fun, get banged up, but not the face, you know. No, please, you gotta know how to, you know, control a body. You know, you gotta, and they want to take control over a body and destroy it. Ugh. Ugh. Now a lot of these fighters are trying to, you know, these octagon fighters. It's basically a circle. And they're seeking to destroy. I like the idea of self-defense. You know, the martial art was tradesmen being able to use their tools to assist in defending themselves. It's not attacking with, you know, a pre-planned kind of, no, people are just busy doing their thing, and then they're going to defend themselves and their property and everything. So, but there's this, you know, push to make weapons that attack, help the attack kind of thing. So, and we like those too. We got plenty of them. You gotta prepare for all instances, but there's a nice locking in that happens when you understand that you are the weapon, the instrument, and those are just tools. Okay, so you got to tune in, and then you can lock it. You guys get it, you know. But there seems to be music these bands are very much a part of this, you know, this other kind of tuning in. And from what people say, it requires you to sacrifice something or shed blood. So it's always this, you know, blood kind of thing, and this, and it seems that, like, again, that might attract these spirits or charge the energy, even at a, I mean, if you're thinking at a, you know, subatomic level. I'm not even going to talk like, I don't even know if that's even the right word. That's probably not even the right word. Don't even listen to me. But just like wind off of a body of water, the ions are charged. The electrons are charged in the air, which then means that they're potentially spinning faster, right? So there's a bit of a current and, you know, a vortex that you can kind of experience, and music does that. And then I guess maybe this spilling of the blood or whatever people are doing with these sacrifices, it does that as well. That seems as much of the maybe spiritual side of, not spiritual, but like the energetic way of it. I don't know, but they're talking about that stuff in biblical times too. They're sacrificing, and it's always these altars and metaphysical. Yeah, thank you. Great, yes. And, you know, like Is it because we're not on farms and why are you doing that to kids? Just have a steak. Why? And people are saying that the Epstein files are sharing a lot of information about Leonardo DiCaprio and his eating habits. The things that must be on his rider, I can only imagine. Okay. What's in the box? What's in the box? Okay. Weird stuff, but no. Why are they eating? Okay, why did Macaulay Culkin said that Rainey or whatever his name is eating babies? Rami Malek. They be climbing through your window, snatching people up. Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife. They're getting everyone out there. You don't have to don't confess. We're coming for you. We're gonna find you. We're gonna find you. So you can run and tell that, run and tell that. Oh boy, oh boy, oh. They're gonna hit me. Please don't strike me for the melody of the most amazing song in the world. Okay. We're coming for you. We're gonna find you. We're gonna find you. You can run to tell that. They eating babies. Netanyahu. No, thank you. Come on, Macaulay. He's playing 4D chess, man. And what does Robert Downey Jr. got to say about that? He's like, P.U., you got that. You got the stink fest in your face. Shit. He be knowing everything. No, please don't change your voice when you are white knighting for a child actor. That will put you on the wrong side of history, folks. But Raimi, whatever your name is, don't be throwing your twin brother under the bus either. That's very difficult to say. Don't be throwing your twin brother under the bus either. Okay, he's got a twin. And these doppelganger programs that they use facial recognition to scout out the best candidates. Love a twin. So he tweeted out that Rami Malek eats babies. There, I said it. That was 2019. So, everyone is like bloodthirsty, vampiric Satanists. They just And then they actually go out and do hit jobs for the government, allegedly. Maybe because they've done that, they revert to this type of lifestyle because they were a Manchurian candidate, and it's hard to reassimilate. This is another good one to take a look at. They put a warning on me when I was playing this, so take a look at that yourself. This was just 4 days before Rob Reiner's murder, and he was talking about Conan O'Brien's parents being murdered. And it's Will Arnett and Jason Bateman. Bateman. And he's kind of giving you a little bit of this narrative as to why Jason Bateman's never at the Conan parties, when it seems that anyone goes to him. And you don't have to be all that elite. It's not the most elite one. There's one other that he refuses to say, but there's one other that's more elite than Conan O'Brien. But there are the two big Christmas parties that are must-go-tos. And Jason Bateman seems to only go to the top one. He's too good for Conan, but yet he spins it like, hey, Conan never invites me. Well, you seem to be going to the top one, Bateman. So why are you so concerned about us lesser folk? And it might be Will Arnett might be playing a little cover, like he might be I don't know. There who's the guy that was friends with Seth Rogen, and then they had a falling out, and he was in Pineapple Express, hosted the Oscars, completely disassociated, filming himself. Like, before there was ever TikTok or whatever, he was the first person to ever do portrait mode in a selfie, basically. It's like James Franco. And so James Franco has a hat company that's a really cool, trendy, or not trendy, it's almost like handmade hats. Seemed like nice product. Yeah, I believe the name of it is Hollywood Death Cult. Man, it's got stuff written on the hats and all that. So, every region must have its own thing, I guess. Okay. Is it because it's always so nice that you must destroy something beautiful? So Conan O'Brien's parents both died within. There were separate occasions, but happened within a matter of days. And there were text messages that were connecting Will Arnett and Jason Bateman to Conan's parents' death. And they're saying, oh, isn't it funny how last year around this time you text saying you killed my father? Or Bateman, why did Bateman kill my father? Or something like that. So check it out and see if you can kind of listen to it without their way of wanting you to think of it, and allow me to do that. No, but see if you can think of it without their spin, and could there, if you were to look at those text messages just on their own, could there be something to it? Yeah, I know. Or you would text something like that as a decoy or something. Right? I mean, but just a few days ago, Martin Short's daughter passed away. And Martin Short has lost both of his parents and his older brother. I think he's just down to maybe one more sibling, a sister maybe, or another brother. And Martin Short was the youngest. And Jim Carrey had 5 siblings that all died. And well, I'm not sure about the parents, but also the fiance or wife. So a lot of stuff happening. Okay. The guy who played Hurt Locker and maybe Hawkeye or something, or got into some kind of snow 4-wheeling accident, some kind of snowmobile accident, or snow tractor, ran him over or something like that. He was almost paralyzed and then had to rebuild himself back up. And all of a sudden he's walking again. And the same thing happened to Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart got in this massive car accident that seemed like he was basically paralyzed. Couldn't walk for quite a while. He had to rehabilitate. What's happening? Bill Cosby's son. The Reiners. Come on. What's going on? This is the new Hollywood, okay? Like this is more, yeah. I don't want to say entertaining, but way more pertinent than productions and movies right now. We got to figure out what's going on. Okay. It's just, can people stay alive a little bit longer? It all goes back to River Phoenix.
Literal template used across facilities across decades. The academics mapped it from the outside, but she described it from the inside. And in the same tradition Carol was reading, a woman named Alice Bailey was receiving transmissions from a figure she called the Tibetan that would eventually fill 30 volumes of esoteric doctrine. She founded her publishing house in 1922 and called it the Lucifer Publishing Company. She renamed it to Lucis Trust in 1925. Not only was she the first to use the term New Age, but Lucis Trust today now has consultative status at the United Nations. Its meditation room has been in the UN building since 1952. I just find it interesting that her name is...
What is... So it's just that? Okay, that looks like that... like a sacrificial altar right there. That's what the pyramid head deities in the pre-birth of the that commercial, like Simon the Baby's on that thing. And then you have a dismembered body right next to it.
Been in the UN building since 1952. I just find it interesting that her name is Alice. And notice this on her wiki page. Her autobiography states that at the age of 15, on June 30th, 1895, Bailey was visited by a stranger. A tall man dressed in European clothes and...
Yeah, exactly. That would not be a place that you'd want to meditate. Yeah. That is... This is very dark, and they're passing it as light. Even the double helix kind of thing, but it's just a single helix. I really like those colors though. That's how they get you. Give you a little color to. Oh, is that what this is? The Picasso mini Cabo room. Wow. Picasso is basically is Latin for pizza. Oh, that's what you would call it? Yeah, nice. Yeah,
52.
I mean, even that like overgrown shadow, but with it's like the light is on the negative, and the negative is where the light should be. It's opposites. Oh my god! Stop messing with my shadow play. It's the inversion. Yeah, we mustn't allow ourselves to be invoked by art. Oh, but I'm invoked. Yeah, you got. Yeah, I can definitely sense a little Saturn energy, and you got the light and dark and the black sun, and starting to like it. We got to move on. And it's just like that those colors are too perfect, and that's how you know. Okay, that's how you know. Oh, I can finally zoom. Jeez. Yeah, I was trying to zoom the whole time. Look at that. Man, those colors are nice. But this is a dismemberment. Wow. It's taking on different forms for me now. I'm seeing the I'm seeing Michael Jackson doing the tippy toe walk. Look at that. So this is the leg right here. This is the body. This is the hands right here. That's the head. And then he's like, hee hee. And he's like the tip right on his tippy toes when he does that. Woo! And that's his microphone stand. And it doesn't matter if you're black or white. That's basically Michael Jackson. This is the face right here. That's a smile. Eyes and a mouth right there. So this is the top of his head. He's looking down. That's his microphone stand. That's his hand. He's like, hee hee. But anyway, here. But this here. No. Keep that away from me. Yeah, that's a size for a baby. Okay. Oh, looks like my stream is. Oh, let me bring it back up here. Ooh, nice, yeah. See the ocean horizon through an avant-garde window. Nice. Yeah. With someone dancing in front of the window? No. Yeah, that's like Freddie Mercury. That's what I was trying to think of. That Freddie Mercury. Me. I don't even know the lyrics. That's what. Screaming my eyes where the time. Out here. Yeah, I'm not Remy, folks. I don't know Freddie Mercury. Okay. I opted out of sacrificing children to know Freddie Mercury's lyrics. But I miss some of that singing. Where are the resonators? Okay, Jelly Roll is no resonator. Okay, I don't need to hear no songs from no Jelly Roll. Wow, talk about a Walmart psyop. Okay, that's a Kmart blue light special. Okay, that's not. They didn't even have to pretty it up for the for the girls. Make it, a butterfly. The Jelly Roll Blue Light PSYOP special is just a... No, please. Stop. Stop with this hick pop or hick hop. What are they? All right, here we are.
I just find it interesting that her name is Alice. And notice this on her wiki page. Her autobiography states that at the age of 15, on June 30th, 1895, Bailey was visited by a stranger. A tall man dressed in European clothes and wearing a turban, who told her she needed to develop self-control to prepare for the certain work he planned for her to do.
Yeah, the ability to not scream so loud. I'm about to... I need you to be able to remain silent. Why? Oh, great one. Hush up. Ah. You lose. What's with these people? But they got the clothing to figure it out. Okay, this is the baggy I'm okay with. I'm not okay with what's her droopy eye? What's her name? Who sits on the bed with her brother as they make music? But anyway, that baggy style, Billie Eilish. Okay, so this, maybe at one time was their Billie Eilish style, and it was frowned upon because it's too baggy. But I'm okay with it. So these rebels of the night, in their day, these misunderstood creatures of consciousness and chaos, were the rule breakers. But I bet these garments are nice though. Again, you gotta put certain fabrics on you to there's a binding process. It's a whole thing that locks you in. This whole wrapping, and I don't know the term for it. I just instinctually know it. But professionals learn about it, and they have this technique that locks you in, locks your abdomen and your kind of chest in a little bit, and then you're able to take a hit a little bit, or give a hit. It kind of creates a little bit of armor. It's nice, but much too baggy. fine for the weekends, but not when you got stuff to do. You ain't taking out the trash and something like this, okay? So it needs to be practical.
Turned out to be the creation and publication of 19 books, together with educational and meditation work that reached practically all the countries of the world. Carol read the occult text, Crowley made the Alice books sacred reading for his initiates, Bailey named her publishing house after Lucifer, and all three traditions share the same symbols: the checkerboard, the looking glass, and the butterfly. Just a coincidence? Here's an interesting fact. It's Greek etymology. The word psyche, spelled out, has two meanings in ancient Greek. It means soul, and it means butterfly. But those aren't two different definitions.
Oh, cool.
It's the same word describing the same thing. Homer used it to mean the ghost of a departed person.
Oh, the Odyssey here.
The soul leaving the body.
Now, they're gonna... In Nolan Ryan's new film, are they gonna address a little bit of this too? Let's see here. Yeah, I remember... I think we had discussed this the last time that you had mentioned this. Psyche has Greek origins, which is commonly translated as soul, life, and spirit. And now the 13-month soul, S-O-L, soul, but maybe we do need a soul month for the 13th month. Homer's usage of the word is often translated as ghost, and is used to refer to the departed souls that Odysseus meets in Odyssey. Oh, okay. So it can also be translated as butterfly or moth. Its relationship with the word Saichen, to blow, to breathe, life breath, is disputed. Okay. It is unknown if the psyche is a derivative. Well, alright. So, psyche. How'd you know?
Use it to mean the ghost of a departed person, the soul leaving the body. In Greek mythology, the soul was depicted as the butterfly leaving the body at death. The goddess Psyche, the personification of the human soul, is depicted with butterfly wings. The connection between butterfly and soul in the Western tradition is supposedly 2,000 years old. Am I a man who dreamt of being a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming of being a man? The monarch butterfly's migration maps the soul's journey. The caterpillar becomes nothing, completely dissolves inside the chrysalis, and reconstitutes as something capable of flight. The program didn't invent the symbol was already doing the work. Okay, but it gets crazy, because in 1945, Walt Disney hired Aldous Huxley to write the screenplay for Alice in Wonderland.
What?
Aldous Huxley, who had written Brave New World. Huxley wrote the treatment and the draft. Disney rejected it as too literary, but used the same source text for the 1951 film. Walt Disney was an FBI informant from 1940 until his death in 1966. Disney released Alice in Wonderland in 1951. And the CIA launched MK Ultra in 1953. Keep that in mind. A great example of the Alice template is The Wizard of Oz, 1939. You guys know the movie, so I'm not going to break it down. But how does it start? A traumatic event. A tornado. And when it's over, she wakes up in another world. Kansas is the baseline. Oz is the altered state. Over the rainbow moves her between the two. She's guided down a specific path, toward a man behind a curtain who controls everything. And to get back, she clicks her heels 3 times and repeats a phrase. There's no place like home. Do you get it? 3 repetitions, click.
Well, and they had to... Yeah. That movie was so intense because they're basically... You just have to... All that you're left with is just filming them as is, okay? So this is just her doing a massive play. Yeah, I've heard that too, Wizard. Yeah. People are saying that Disney and Hitler might be the same person. You know, I think there were some side-by-side comparison. I remember seeing a video of that.
On here, we're Walt, same guy who taking a Let me show you this image. Now for months. Your mind. Prepare to have your mind completely blown here. I've been working on this decode now for months. The question is this: were Walt Disney and Adolf Hitler the same person? For me, absolutely. If you look into actor-based reality, the theory actor-based reality, you'll discover that a lot of these historical famous characters were played by actors. Hitler and Disney were played by the same guy. I'm going to prove that. I'm going to show you who were behind World War I and World War II, who really owns Disneyland, and just how much we've been deceived. People truly believe that Adolf Hitler, the great dictator, was able to instigate a world war. Then they need to wake up. It was the Jesuit order and their use of propaganda that instigated World War I and World War II. And if we're not careful, there'll be a World War III, probably in Asia, judging by the numbers. So let me show you this image straight away. I could end the decode here. This is Walt Disney. This is Hitler. Notice that the ear biometrics match, which reveals that it is the same person. Facial match, look how they both share the snaggletooth. Both of these characters live very private lives. Hitler was rarely seen by the public, same with Walt Disney. Hitler was just there to give speeches, but this guy and this guy is the same person. Hitler and Walt Disney were characters created by the Jesuit order who were put into the world, and people believe that they were legit people when it was just one guy playing the role of both of them. Again, people will say, well, they look a little bit alike. No, they don't. They look spitting image of each other. Check out the noses here, the chin, wrists of the ears. Got the little Hitler tash. Again, Hitler would often wear a hat. So let me show you how I've decoded this now, starting with the number 33.
Look pretty close. Number. Look pretty close.
Nazis equals 33. Hitler was announced as Chancellor of Germany in 1933. Holocaust equals 33. Masonry equals 33. Berlin equals 33. Supposedly that was Hitler's place of death. Genius equals 33. And there's no doubt the guy who played the role of both Hitler and Walt Disney was a genius, the greatest actor of all time. Disney World have a private club called Club 33, and when it first opened, it was $33,000 to join. Can you believe it? When you learn these numbers, you see what they're doing and how they're mocking us. You can Google that if you don't believe me. 56, Walt equals 56, Walter Disney equals 56, Minnie Mouse equals 56, Society of Jesus equals 56, who were behind the World Wars, who own Disneyland, who are behind pretty much every historical event, every major one. They own the media. And remember, it's the media that control the masses' minds, whether they like it or not. Adolf Hitler equals 56. We're told Hitler died at the age of 56. Alois Hitler equals 56, Hitler's dad. Nazi Germany equals 56. World Wars equals 56. And there was obviously World War I and World War II. 56 is the huge number. Interesting numbers. Walt Disney was born in 1901, like 191. Society of Jesus equals 191. When you type in Hitler was Disney, that equals 91. He was the Chancellor of Germany. The Society of Jesus equals 91.
World War II began on September 1st. That's 9/1. Like 9/11. All right, I'm try to get through some of this. I'm gonna skip through a little bit of this numerology stuff
as well, and the Jesuit order equals 201. There's just no doubt in my mind that Hitler and Walt Disney was played by the same person.
All right, so he's showing the same picture. Now he's going back into some more numerology stuff. Okay. Scrolling through it here. Things kind of add up through this stuff for him. 44, bunch of 44s. Scrubbing through this. All right. Here's a little bit of a timeline here.
And Hitler were born 12 years apart. Okay? Supposedly one were born in 1889, the other one in 1901. That's 12 years. Hitler was Chancellor of Germany for 12 years because he became Chancellor in 1933.
Okay, so
22nd day of the year.
Skip through some of this here. All right. Now, looking at that, I immediately say no. Like they don't look like the same person. Like this looks like the guy who played on House MD. He's even got the white under the eye. Really study that. That's showing that's an abuse victim. You see these other people, normal eyes, just on the side, white on the side. Oh, we got a little white on the bottom there. Okay. Even she doesn't have that. Just white there. She's trying to get there, though. She's been pulling her eyelids open, trying to get some wide eyelids. But only the greatest trauma-based mind control puts people in that kind of state where your eyes are shown all white. So that looks a little bit more like, see if I can get back to that screen. Something's happening with my images here. Now, if it's 12 years apart, then, maybe, yeah.
Same person, same guy deceiving the world. Simple as that. Same person. Slightly different haircut, the way they've styled it. Same features. Okay, they've trimmed his mustache a little bit here. He looks a little bit happier here, because his role here, Hitler's, was to always look serious. Clear as day. Look at them, pretty much same suit on.
Yeah. I think there's a guy on Instagram that does face matching really well. He's got me thinking that Jim Carrey played Biden. He's just like, it's the same. He talks just like this guy. He's like, it's the same person. Like, does the face slides. So they got some good ones now. But there does seem to be a lot of a lot of things that kind of, a lot of parallels to Nazism and all that into Disney and NASA and all that. So, and I suppose that was the people that were coming out with really really out there ideas, esoteric ideas from the rituals that they're doing, I guess. I don't. How are they getting, anti-gravity technology, allegedly, in Antarctica? Anti-gravital. They even say it oddly, like aluminium. It's aluminum. Design engineer from Apple. Aluminium. I know that's the correct way to say it, but stop saying it correctly. It sounds unnatural. Aluminium. It's aluminum. Okay. Figure out a way to fix synonym. I can't. Synonym. How do you say the synonym? Okay. I can't fix that one. Okay.
So, wow. Imagine this is legit, which I think it is.
Yeah.
That Walt Disney and Hitler were the same guy.
Yeah, imagine that. Well, so he was really putting some feelers out there without, but there's definitely some kind of, there's some connections. But what's with your eyes? Who done that to you? Those are, Nick Reiner eyes. Well, I don't want to get into Reiner now. It's like, again, it's one tragic event after the next. That's why they made the movies, so that we can figure out a way to catalyze what's happening in society. It's hard to keep up. It's hard to keep up with all the crazy things that are happening. But yet it somehow seems to be all connected. And they're dimming the sun, folks. Okay? And eating babies. What? That sounds like a literal vampire world. I mean, you watch some of these old vampire movies, and they would love it if the sun was dim. They could roam around as a surface dweller. Walking among the likes of Jeff Dye. These are high-level surface dwellers. Yeah, the Rob Reiner, the Reiner rabbit hole itself, it must be crazy with Rob's dad and what he must have done, what Rob must have done to his son and allowed to have done to his son. Yikes. That's what I think of immediately when I see this. I see this as a way of filming trauma-based mind control.
Then the subject returns to the baseline. Toward a man behind a curtain who controls everything. And to get back,
I mean, look at that set. You know, all the sets were movie sets. They're stage sets. This is a crossing over of stage and film. Was this the first color film too? Is that what happened when they went to Oz and they saw? Was this the first time that there was a color movie? Or wasn't there some kind of connection to that too?
she clicks her heels 3 times and repeats a phrase. There's no place like home. Do you get it? 3 repetitions, click, then the subject returns to the baseline. Remember how the movie ends? She wakes up in her bed, and the same men from her dream are all standing around her.
And the shoes too. Well, and you got the red shoe, the red shoe diary, the red shoe club, and that was a whole Cinderella thing too. She being able to transform, and if she wore this glass slipper, this something with the feet. Was this a early reincarnation of Quentin Tarantino?
Staring down at her. The men in Oz were the men in her real life the entire time. She just didn't know. The
Mennonites.
And keep in mind, the girl who sang Over the Rainbow, Judy Garland. She was 16. MGM had her on amphetamines to keep her awake for 18-hour shoots.
Oh my God, that's right. Come on. They're saying that they all Come on.
The girl who sang Over the Rainbow, Judy Garland. She was 16. MGM had her on amphetamines to keep her awake for 18-hour shoots and barbiturates to put her to sleep afterwards.
Well, I just got this sense like they, that.
And Oz were the men in her real life the entire time.
Okay, so now, if they had her on,
MGM had her on amphetamines to keep her awake for 18-hour shoots and barbiturates to put her to sleep afterwards.
Okay. So if she was on barbiturates, could then, these hovering, trauma enforcers, who knows what happened to her on set. She's already being drugged up and 16, geez. And where's the parents? Okay, what? I remember, watching this movie as a kid. I had already seen this as an adult again, after not having seen it for a while. I'm like, oh yeah, this is, I was understanding the surface level metaphors apparently only, because now it's like, wait, were they doing things to her on set too, like drugging her up and yeah. All right, well, here.
Judy Garland. She was 16. MGM had her on amphetamines to keep her awake for 18-hour shoots and barbiturates to put her to sleep afterwards. They controlled what she ate, what she weighed, her entire life. She died at 47 from an overdose. O'Brien documented Over the Rainbow by name as a trigger phase used in programming sessions. The 1930s.
Who is that? Please tell me that's not a 47-year-old Judy Garland. That looks like Sharon Osbourne. And Kelly. You need to not point out stuff. Shame on you for pointing out how odd we are. Shame on you. Please, you're not being kind to my mother. Imagine having to care about your mother. Okay, we don't... Hey, Kelly, just so you know, we don't care about your mother, Kelly, okay? We're going to say whatever we want to say, and we're going to joke, and please, you can't walk on stage looking like that and us not expect us to say something. That's a dog whistle. So that's a dog whistle for anyone who has just a little drop of humor, sense of humor, or just a bit of reason in their life. They say, "Oh God, we have passed the uncanny valley." But this serves well for like a Instagram lens. The front-facing camera is a real distorting lensing effect. And it's what introduced a lot of the duck face, the Botox that has like a very Picassoan facial expression. So you have to kind of look, you basically have to look like this in order to even, to look like you have, you'll still look like you have a freshman 15 with a front-facing camera and be this skinny, this ill. It's hard to look good on these cameras. That's why they had to have a director of photography to be able to know the depth at which to capture the human body, because otherwise it'll come out looking like a corpse without the right focal attention to detail. But yeah, so this is what's happening to people. They go through this body dysmorphia by always observing themselves. Okay. That's why I never observe myself. I don't watch. No, I have monitors. I'm like the architect in the Matrix. I got monitors repeating my word every galactic second, and only within that disassociated distortion field may I actually center myself to broadcast. It takes a. I get nervous, folks. I'm new at this. I don't know how people broadcast every day or do a show with more than 5 people watching. Yeah. I meant to be niche. I'm not mainstream. Couldn't handle the idea of that many eyes on you. So we still got, here we are.
As a trigger phase used in programming sessions.
So the song
from an overdose. O'Brien documented Over the Rainbow by name.
O'Brien.
As a trigger phase used in programming sessions. The 1939 film
Wow.
gave an entire generation the same internal landscape.
Okay.
Okay, but what makes this so insane is this connects with the files. Jeffrey Epstein named his trust the Caterpillar Trust and the Butterfly Trust, set up in sequence. There is a wire instruction document in federal court submitted bank records where money moves from the Caterpillar Trust directly into the 2013 Butterfly Trust. The caterpillar feeds the butterfly. The
Whoa.
conditioning sequence made into a legal financial cascade. EFTA 014-23947. The Butterfly Trust had a JP Morgan suspicious activity report filed on it for $1.08 billion, flagged for sex trafficking. Ghislaine Maxwell, whose own Deutsche Bank account was called Butterfly, was the original founding beneficiary. She was quietly removed in November 2014, 4 years before any arrest, as civil lawsuits began to mount. Then there's this, EFTA 01660651, an FBI tip log with some reporting they were taken to Epstein's island by boat and given what they described as chemically induced amnesia.
Whoa.
EFTA 019359448, a message from February 2014, where Epstein personally texts Joy Ito about trying TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation, for what he calls, and I'm quoting, trauma amnesia. Trauma amnesia is the
Wow.
specific mechanism described in Monarch survivor testimony. And look at this.
So they induce that into their trauma victims so that they don't remember what they did to them as they're making food for them. And I'm sure a technique has been created for these government assassins that they have to go through some kind of deprogramming. So they then use those techniques on the people conducting these satanic rituals, and they try to do that too.
On September 14th, 2014, Peter Thiel forwarded Jeffrey Epstein a memo from his personal physician at Thiel Capital. Subject line, quick feedback from my on-staff health expert. The memo analyzes GHB versus benzodiazepines with specific focus on stage 3 and 4 sleep, the stages where memory consolidation occurs. GHB, it explains, is a potent initiator of those stages. Benzos suppress them almost to zero, impairing memory through direct neurological effect.
Wow. So benzos helps create memory loss.
The memo advises Epstein on how to manage sleep and memory architecture using these substances. Thiel's note above the forwarded memo: last night was a lot of fun, as always. EFTA 023-87645. His physician address, Thiel Capital LLC, 1 Letterman Drive.
Oh, okay.
Presidio,
Yeah,
San Francisco.
Never had benzo.
The same Presidio where Michael Aquino's Temple of Set was headquartered? The same place with the daycare? And in 2016, Epstein's circle was meeting with psychedelic researchers to plan DMT experiments on this agenda. But this is the craziest part. The victims. 3 women connected to the Epstein case. No documented coordination between them. And all 3 independently chose the same symbol? Juliet Bryant, an Epstein trafficking survivor who testified publicly on CBS News, who described waking up paralyzed on a table at Zorro Ranch surrounded by people in hazmat suits. She named her memoir Blue Butterfly. A writer named Sarah McCarthy turned her account into a full memoir. Trine Day, an established publisher, signed it in May 2025. The pre-orders were going live in September. The release date was April 13th, 2026. But on January 26th of this year, 77 days before publication, Trine Day canceled the book. The stated reason? Sustained physical and electronic harassment of the author. Bryant's own testimony is still on Amazon. The layer underneath was what got canceled. Virginia Giuffre sued Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. She named Prince Andrew in court, and she won. Before the case became fully public, she posted publicly that she was not suicidal. She died in 2025. Her public profile image on X was a blue butterfly. Sarah Ransom is a British survivor who has spoken publicly about Epstein's network. She has a blue butterfly tattooed on her arm. In the documented research on these programs, the final tier is called Omega, the self-destruct protocol, triggered when the subject tries to expose the system. 3 women, supposedly not connected, independent.
Yes, she died. Yep. Some kind of police pulled her over and shot her or something. Just last year. But he's about to mention their self-deletion program that's in them whenever they try to expose the truth. Okay, so is it blue because of their eyes? Is that what? And then, sorry, I'm a little tardy to the party, apparently. But there might be some kind of self-deletion mechanism that they plant in when they hypnotize these women or these victims, that when they start to speak out against it, they might start having suicidal thoughts. But I believe some of them were actually found dead in other ways.
Independently chose the same symbol. 3 women, supposedly not connected, independently chose the same symbol. And that pattern doesn't just appear in Epstein's network. We saw it in Hollywood, the music industry, and the programs that came before him. That is a lead. I'm not telling you what it means. I'm telling you it's there. What if Jeffrey Epstein wasn't the origin of all this? What if he was a node? A visible and eventually expendable piece of something that had been running for decades before he appeared. Kathy described the same template in the 1960s happening on Mackinac Island, Michigan. Remote island, controlled access, powerful visitors, blackmail operation. The governor at the time was George Romney, Mitt Romney's father. The survivor literally called Mackinac Island the Epstein Island of its day. So obviously it would seem that Epstein did not design this architecture. Here's what the system is. 3 layers. The first layer is the product. Young women, and in some cases young men, conditioned through trauma early enough that the brain forms around it. Compartmentalized, programmable. They perform on command and don't remember. They can't testify because of the architecture of what happened to them was built to prevent that. The second layer is the client. Senators, CEOs, royals, foreign leaders, intelligence directors, people whose decisions affect entire countries. You bring them into contact with the product, you document everything, and now you own them. They can't expose the system because the system owns them. Epstein wasn't just catching powerful men by accident. He was selecting the men who would run this country in 10 years and making sure their secrets were already on file before they got there. This is how the entire system runs. The third layer is the culture. Mass public programming. The music videos, the album covers, the artists who go through very public breakdowns, fragment publicly, emerge with a new persona on the other side, and become bigger than they ever were before. The culture layer normalizes the symbol. The symbol attracts the audience. The audience contains the next generation of product. Then, the product serves the clients. The clients stay owned, the system stays running. Jeffrey Epstein's whole mainstream story is that he was a predator who got lucky with rich friends. Well, he was an intelligence asset running a leverage operation, and an FBI document in the public files confirm it. That one fact explains everything. The Maxwell connection, the island running for 20 years. The investigation found him, but couldn't put together what he was embedded in. So the idea is, MKUltra did not end in 1973. It evolved. It morphed. And honestly, I worry the system realized they didn't need to just have individuals in the club. It could just cast them and program them. Celebrities with trigger personalities they don't know exist. The only way to stop this is with knowledge. It's time to wake up.
Oh, there you have it. Another epic. I mean, that's, you know, he's doing a few of these a month. Yeah. Please keep supporting them. But yeah, that last lady, yeah, she got in some car accident or got pulled over and shot. Some odd. And yeah. Now yeah, not everyone's exposed, but a lot of people are exposed now. And the things that people died for by sharing is now common knowledge. Even the Isaac Cappy kind of stuff. He called out Epstein years ago. He was calling all these people Epstein. You're an Epstein. You're an Epstein. See, there's even a Jim Carrey connection with Isaac Cappy and Jim Carrey. There's a Jim Carrey connection with Isaac Cappy. Jim Carrey called Isaac Cappy. They spoke. They've spoken before. But let's do the... Have you guys seen this? Is this the... No, there's a music video one. Oh, I think is this it? Yeah, that's it. How does it only have 400 views here? Really? That's it? Alright, let's take a listen to this here.
Special Epstein Island edition! That's right, folks. Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the man with the island, which is suspiciously close to Haiti. That's right. You see this man, Jeffrey Epstein, is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the street to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record sealed. And they're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America. And I would bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them.
Yeah.
Prove me wrong. That's right. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the building with songs about Epstein. It's Breakfast Jacket's Epstein edition. Guys, I had some epiphanies today. I had some real big epiphanies about some guys. A big network of guys and spies and lies and liars. Alright, think about this for a minute, okay? The guy in Portland, the scientist that just got busted for producing CP, that guy is 1 degree of separation away from Epstein. Epstein, the investor that lives in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know a guy who lives in West Palm Beach, Florida as well. Investor as well. Also involved as well.
Isn't that where the
lookalike is? Not well with these guys.
Florida?
The Florida boys, the Glow boys, the Scott Israels of the world. You see, Epstein is Hillary Clinton. And Epstein is Haiti.
Oh.
And Epstein is a big network of media assets.
Yeah.
By the way, did you know that Steve Bannon was going to that guy for money? Also, Epstein is Epstein Oprah. Epstein is Chris Tucker.
Yo, Chris Tucker.
You remember him. Epstein is also Kevin Spacey. Epstein is also Prince Andrew.
Oh.
Epstein is also... Who else is Epstein? Who else is Epstein? Tell me. You guys know? Who else is Epstein? Is Epstein Big Pharma? Is Epstein Bryan Singer? Is Epstein Naomi Campbell? Yep, all of the above. All of the above. Who is Epstein? Epstein is the keystone of a whole motherfucking matrix. And once you pull it out, it all falls down. Dersh was there too. That's right, we're dropping red pills every day. Dropping red pills in the best kind of way. This is brackets and jackets for the denizens of Ireland.
All right, well, there's a portion of it. Small little take there. Take a look at these movies. Yes, of course there'll be blood, but Eye of the Mask, yeah. These are mask wearers. It's been in our films. But yeah, there you have it. Mind Unveiled, revealed, amazing video essay about the programming of America, MK Ultra, on all of us. We got a lot in the pipeline for our conspiracy nights. We'll we got Control Alt History coming at us with some Aristotle Onassis. Another 13-month epic. And Peter Thiel just dropped a bombshell. Antichrist is already here and is controlling everything. A lot of people are saying a lot of things. So thank you so much for joining us. This wonderful broadcast. I appreciate all the new subscribers and the dedicated chosen few. Thank you so much. These people are forming my opinion for me. Okay? I'm devoid of original thought. I only think what the chat tells me they think and believe. We are one collective mind. I thought I was steering the ship, but I'm not meant for the task. I fold too easily in the... I must be MK'd. No, folks, please. We got a wonderful community. Join us in these live stream sagas. Okay, we went a bit saga today at 7 hours. This is a 7-hour saga, and it felt like I watched a 45-minute, an hour essay video. All right, that's the power of the clip virgin. Okay, we don't watch clips. Okay, we watch something in its entirety and really allow the thing to blossom into a chaotic, It's not chaotic. It's avant-garde. No, very chaotic, and we enjoy every moment of it. So thank you so much, and we will do this again. This is a little bit of our send-off here. Thank you so much to the likes and the subs. Enjoy while there's no ads, because I'm going to turn those ads up. Love to hear you guys' renditions of this melody. Thank you, Wizard. Thanks for hanging out. Good time. Yeah. But every time I see your face, Jeff Dye, I know I'm so much better than you, because you look like this weird guy. I can't believe you're 6'5". Look at this, he's picking his nose. Oh, Metzger, you're psycho, like Billy Idol. Yeah, I'm on Bill Maher. Make those oils, folks, please. When I speak to you, I need to see your ojos. They won't look at me. Why? We'll be coming up with new music, and actually, this is kind of like the British version of The Office. It's like retro cheesy. Thank you guys. Had a blast. Let me know if you like to have more conspiracy nights. We'll try to get a couple a week. Maybe a little bit more. Especially lately, these comedians are slipping. But we got some comedy in the pipeline as well. So thank you so much. We'll do it again.